Yes, of course. Of course, you will get all the presentation I am doing here, and I think our institute is, I mean, organization is uploading in YouTube also. You might have seen that one.
Yes, sir. We will receive.
Yeah,
We will receive after the class.
yeah. Immediately after the class, you'll get
Okay.
all
Okay.
the presentation.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
one of the, I mean, as far as I am concerned, see, some of the portions we are covered may have some new words for you. You need not by heart it now, because that will, waste of time in presentation. So after that, you can go through it, and some of the questions may come in MCQ, multiple choice questions in IBB. You know IBB exam pattern now, right? You're all familiar with IBBA question pattern. 80 marks for multiple choice and 20 marks for case studies. So this valuation part starts with the valuation of real estate, the general terms and used for some standards and all. So that we will see in the first part, valuation of real estate. The second thing is approaches. So you have mainly three approaches for valuing a particular property as per IBBA prescribed and internationally accepted standards. So that is, first one is market approach, and second one is income approach and cost approach. There are three approaches: income approach, market approach, and cost approach. So that all those topic carries actually 7 marks each. Whereas valuation of real estate, that particular topic we are going to start with is 10 marks. Then comes various purpose of valuation. You have 4% weightage for that one also. Then case studies carries 20 marks. So once you are, but I will tell you one thing. As a valuer, you are supposed to learn other topics also, which I think you might have attended, or I mean, economics, macroeconomics, microeconomics, and bookkeeping, all those things. Then important case laws are there. Easily you can score 2 marks, important case laws. So there are only 10 case laws for IBBA preparations. Case laws means the previous cases which is related to valuation. Then you have insurance and loss assessment. It carry 3 marks, 3 marks from that particular portion. It is also very easy to score. Only why we should think what, first of all, why we are getting low percentage of pass in IBB exam, because we are not following their pattern. We are learning so many things, but try to follow the pattern with how the question paper is being prepared. That is the most important part, because in MCQ there questions will be direct, but the only thing is the answers look same, so people get confused. So be specific, the specific word or specific phrase. These things are very important. And so in MCQ, you have to take care all these things. Whereas in case studies also, there may be some twist in the questions. There may be some unnecessary data may be there, which we are not using for any calculation. But to confuse, I mean, to gauge your knowledge, they will provide some extra inputs, but we won't use those things. That is number one. Number two is, there are some, you don't have to assume anything in case studies. For example, we will see some case studies like, you assume salvage value as 10%. Never do that. If it is not given, you put it 0, nil. So these kind of small mistakes are happening throughout the examination from the, which has started in 2017. So please be, in case studies, whatever be the data given in the question paper, you write down first all the data. Then you can select the questions one by one and work on it. That is the easiest way. merely reading you cannot answer correctly. So the data given in the question paper, you just note it down. You will be provided with a paper and a pen and your scientific calculator, scientific non-programmable calculator. So those things, only three things will help you to pass the exam. Nothing else. They won't allow anything else with you. A white paper they will provide. You have to take the calculator and pen only. So these are the basic things as far as IBBA concerned. If you systematically go on study for 1 month, it's sufficient for you to pass this exam. Systematically means maybe I will take 5 hours, you will take 2 hours a day. So that depends on your caliber, your what do you call your way of preparation. But those who are in jobs, we have other engagements. But try to you a suitable timing after. So suppose you are sleeping at 10 o'clock, make a little adjustment for 10 to 12. You have 2 hours or 3 hours. You will study this subject. There are so many reference books are there, even in YouTube or Google. You will get many informations, and you can even type, IBBA question papers. It is also available. We are our organization will also provide some guidance on it, study materials. Actually, I think All India Institute of Values will provide everything in whatever class they have taken so far is uploaded in YouTube. Go through that various, not only mine, there are so many other stalwarts. Their classes you should attend. You should learn it from them. So within 1 month, you can all pass that. There is no doubt about it. So far, we have, I think, 5,000 registered values here in India with IBBI. Though they are, more people are trying for it. We need 60% only. Don't attempt any most of the people fails because of 0.25, 0.5, 1 mark, 2 mark, because they invite negative marks. There is negative mark 0.25. Why unnecessarily giving up your examination? So don't attempt those questions. I will advise you. uh, uh, Please be take seriously this is one of the most important reason, the low percentage of pass. There are people who try to, sometimes their intuition may be wrong of the right answer. So I don't take chance in the question paper. Whatever you know before the question appears, you should know the answer. Don't look at the MCQ the options at all, because you know the answer. Then why you go for? Then only you will see the options. First, you try to understand the question, then you will get the answer. Find out any answer near to it. That will be the right answer. So that kind of policy will also help generally in IBV exams. Okay. But however, now it is considered as one of the toughest exam in India after civil service. In civil service, there are preliminary prelims are there, then main interview and all. Here, only one question. I mean, main exam. Once you pass through it, there is no other, interview or any other any other exam. So you can take any number of time of exam. First of all, one more thing. Once you fail one slot, don't worry about it. Everybody has failed 2 3 times. They will attempt. Consider it as a mock test for you. You're just understanding the question paper. So 2 3 chance you can take very easily. So each one you have to pay, I think, 1,500 or 1,250. I don't know. I'm not exactly in the fees of the exam. Every city or every village has got now centers. Earlier times, only metro cities are. We used to write Mumbai from Tamil Nadu. Chennai is there. Chennai is a center. Then earlier days, Bombay, Delhi, Hyderabad. Now everywhere it is there. That too year throughout the year. So you will get slot very easily. So once you are prepared, you register it. But don't jump into without proper preparations. Even I will advise you to don't do any mock test, which is appear in our some RV also will provide one mock test only. So that you if you apply it once, then you cannot repeat it. That is already finished. So even for mock test you take some then only see if you are confident for 60 marks or 65 marks, you can write, you can score 68 or 70. If you follow these principles, negative mark is the main issue. Don't use it. Even if it in case studies there are 8 questions and plus 4 questions, so you can suppose if out of 8 questions, if you are not able to answer 2 questions, leave it. Earlier, the people used to say case studies are more important. You have to score on case studies. No need. If the case studies you lost 2 mark each, don't disappointed. Get disappointed. You will make up it in MCQs very easily. So I think shall we start now? The other person is even not taking telephone. Switched off.
Sir, video is not seen actually. So is that
Whose
off or I am
whose
not?
video?
Your
My
video is
video.
also not.
My
Yeah, yeah, your
video.
video. Yeah, yeah.
My video is on.
Is it on? But I am not able to see that.
See, this is me. All the any participants who can see me, any participant. Yeah, Vivek Soniji can see
I
me.
can see you, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir. I can see you.
yeah. What happened? I don't know, sir.
Okay,
So
let me correct my this thing.
see, now it's 8:45. See, we don't want to waste time. See, I will tell you, we'll take 10 minutes break after 10 o'clock or 10:30. Lunch break will accordingly. I mean, 10 minutes in the morning session and 10 minutes in the afternoon session. Then you will get lunch for 40 minutes. Okay, we'll plan like that, or you can suggest anything because total 1 hour is the break.
Agree, sir.
So shall we? I need IOV permission for. I mean AI permission to start the screen sharing and all. Shall we wait some 5 more minutes, madam?
I am just disconnecting and reconnecting again because I am not able to see the videos.
Something is wrong with. And you are in lab.
I am in Lappy, yeah. So I am right now disconnecting and will reconnect.
Mhm. Go ahead. But still, we can see you. Now you are disappearing. I request all of you to be in time because 8:30 means we should start at 8:30. Otherwise, your evening will be spoiled by seeing me continuously. To be very frank with you, we should avoid such situations. Sharp 8:30. Particularly, a valuer should keep his time. Our time is so precious, and client's time is precious. So reporting time is precious, valuation report. So it's all time bound work we are doing. So in classes also we should by 8:30. I request all of you to be. Of course, sometimes even now today I cannot guarantee if some problem will occur. Don't go away. We'll repair it and we'll come back. The Wi-Fi connection sometimes disrupts. See, like our friend now just now log off and he told, I mean, he has got some Wi-Fi issues. So that will only the drawback of online. Second thing is in offline, we used to stay together. We are all close to each other, our participants when we were in that time. So there are two drawbacks for online, but at the same time there are so many. You don't have to travel anywhere. That is number one. You can attend the class in the comfort of your home. So whatever the doubts you have, you can clarify also here itself. Okay. So I think all of the participants are there now, and that Redmi Note 9. Can you please tell your name, please? Your mic is also not changed. Yeah.
Yeah, my name is Zakir Hussain Khan. Now
Mhm.
it is connected. My name is Zakir Hussain Khan, and actually I am in private consultancy services.
Yeah, not you, sir. No, no. There is another man. Uh, Redmi Note 9. His
Oh,
tabs.
sorry, sir. Sorry, sir.
Yeah, you
Uh,
should come with your own name, sir.
this
Otherwise,
is
how
Aditya
they
Sancheti.
will
I am from
take
Malkapur.
Aditya.
Aditya Sancheti
Okay, fine.
from Malkapur, Maharashtra.
Okay. So I think one or two persons to be. We cannot waste time now. It is already 8:40 now. Shall we start? So the first part is valuation of real estate. This is the basic one and general one also. We are not specifically learning anything, some except some definitions. As far as an engineer is concerned, it may feel not mathematical anything to solve any issue. So just listen, and we will share the slides later. Then you can see valuation of real estate. I hope you can see my slide now. So we'll start with the morning session with valuation of real estate. So after that, we'll go to various approaches, how to calculate a property value, or valuation, how to carry out all those things. So basically, we need to know what is valuation of real estate. So uh, we'll go on to next page. So the main principle, once you get this idea thoroughly, then the valuation part is very easy. What is valuation? What is cost? What is price? What is value? This concept we should be very clear about these concept as far as valuer is concerned, because we use sometimes cost also in valuation. Because valuation value, market value, or whatever value you are expressing in a price or cost, price of replacement cost, these are all interrelated. Even though value is different, the terms are different. What is cost? We all know cost is the amount of inputs incurred of producing. Suppose you are constructing a building, it is the amount you incurred, actual amount, that is called cost. Very clear. So at the same time, it more or less depending upon the prevailing market conditions, available prevailing conditions, like for any increase in price, all those things. It is more dependent on supply point of view. That will come later. Why supply point of view? I will explain now a part of it. See, in Mumbai, for take an example, per square feet it may cost 100 1 lakh rupees per square feet. Whereas in a village it may cost 5,000 only. We are inquiring the same cost. Everything is same, but the cost differs, because of the demand, supply, not demand. If at all you demand is there, if supply is not there, so there is no meaning in. You might have learned in economics. There is no meaning in supply. So it is in supply point of view. Mainly, the cost depends on supply point of view. Whereas in price, see, this is the price, price tags in shopping mall. That is, profit is included in the price. That's all. And it's a fact also. It is the only fact which is, we are paying the price according to the benefit, profit the producer expects. That is a price. Now, what is value? Actually, value is a concept, actually, economic concept. It differs. It depends on the situation only, what purpose of the valuation you are doing. So there are so many, as I told you, so many avenues are there. So if it is for mortgage, it is different. Insurance, it is different. Capital gain, it is different. So all the values are, depending upon the purpose. You can do same value property valuation for 3 or 4 purposes with different values. That is the main, that concept you should know. So why I am telling is, if you are doing a mortgage value or a company valuation, suppose one day you have done it, the very next day somebody has come for a capital gain tax purpose. So that value may be different than the other one. The calculation is different. So value is an economic concept. It is not fixed. Depends on supply and demand. Supply, what is supply? When supply is more, value will be less. If demand is more, value will be more. So that is inversely, directly and inversely proportional. So demand is directly proportional to the value, whereas supply, scarcity is there for the supply. So the value will be down. These are the some of the parameters which we see most of the all the valuation, cost, price, value. These wordings generally means what I have shown in the slide. So value also depends on the worth of the property. Worth means what? Worth is, see, if I am buying a property, it should worth to me. It's a worth. Then utility point of view. There should be some inherent qualities for a particular property. That we'll see one by one later. So value is measured by price, of course. In earlier days, you may be knowing gold is taken instead of paper currency. Gold is pegged with in very ancient period. It was barter system. If I need 1 kg of rice, I have to go around and find out a person who has got rice. Then I have vegetables. He also needs vegetables. Then only that transaction will take place. Suppose you you found a person who has got vegetables or rice with him. I have vegetable to exchange. That is value in exchange. That particular word value in exchange. Even now it is used, value in exchange. That is, we have to give something back, and the person also needs vegetable. Then only the transaction will take place. That is called a value in exchange. So these are all general topics. Now there are some types of valuation. The below valuation. These are all metrics of value. See, you need not. Here I am saying again and again. Don't by heart now. Just get an idea or logic behind it. What is market value? What is value in use? All those things. We'll see. So market value is this particular one. The particular word, market value. This is very important definition. The estimated amount for which an asset or liability should exchange on valuation date between a willing buyer and a willing seller in arm's length transaction after proper marketing and where parties had each other acted knowledgeably, prudently, and without compulsion. In short, see, if I am willing to buy, Soniji is be willing to sell it. So we should know each about the property. I need not know Soniji about his past or anything. I want to know the details of the property. Any hidden defects are there. All the things knowledgeably, prudently, and without compulsion. I need not buy or sell anything by compulsion of others. Then the value will be different. See, for example, we used forced sale value or distress value. Why? We are in distress. My uncle is in hospital. I have to sell it. That is in compulsion, because within one or 2 weeks, I need this money to for a particular operation, maybe transplantation. So in that case, you won't get market value. You will get distressed value or forced sale value only. That is, time frame is not there. Proper marketing time is not given. See the market timing. Proper marketing means that particular time. So that is called market value. But by definition, you have to by heart it, because this is the only definition. Market value appears continuously. I mean, in what you call in the valuation reports. So market value is estimated amount for which asset or liability, both asset and liability, should exchange on valuation date. Why this asset and liability? Liability come. See, we are not familiar with asset and liability. Liabilities means whatever liability the particular property possesses. Actually, accountants knows. So, or chartered accountants or company secretaries, they are good in these things. Asset or liability should exchange on. We are not exchanging the property. The word property is not used there. Asset or liability should exchange on the valuation date between a willing buyer and a willing seller in arm's length transaction. After proper marketing and where the parties had acted knowledgeably and prudently without compulsion. So you got that point. So next point is value in use. What is value in use? If the property is providing satisfaction to a customer, that is value in use. For example, a building under construction. This is an MCQ. A building under construction has no value in cost. Why? It is not providing satisfaction to anybody. Nobody is living there. So, building under construction is an example for value in use. It is zero value in use. Building under the construction. So, value in use, in short, it should provide satisfaction to the any kind of satisfaction to the customer. So that means he is using that property and it gives him, okay, this is fine. So that is called value in use. Now come investment value. These are there is umpteenth of values, wordings are there. So I don't include an insurable value. Then you have retable value, that is statutory. Then some of the more important points I am just covering now. You can I will share this slide. Investment value. Investment value is the value of an asset to a particular owner or prospective buyer. So why he is investing some amount to get back the benefit or whatever interest. That is investment value. Not for self-occupation. You cannot occupy that one. You can rent out, or you can run a factory, or lease. In lease agreement, we take lease to run a business. Commercial property, maybe it's a commercial property, you are going to rent it out, so you will get back the interest. Such kind of things, such kind of properties are called investments. So investment value is that particular value. Then fair value. What is fair value? The same thing, more or less same thing as market value. Fair value, the estimated price for exchange of an asset between non-informed, that is knowledgeable, prudent, we have seen now, willing parties reflecting the respective interest of parties. And there is a slight difference in investment value, fair value and market value. Fair value taking into account of advantages and disadvantages from the transaction, whereas market value generally disregard this aspect. which aspect? Advantage and disadvantage. Fair value in company valuations, companies as per Companies Act, we need to certify fair value and liquidation value. So fair value means we have to in your report specify the advantage of the property, disadvantage of the properties, or another word I will tell you is very important: highest and best use of the property. What is highest and best use of the property means? It is called HABU, short form. HABU, highest and best use. Some properties are used, underutilized FSI. It is not used completely used. So that is called highest and best use. Then in an industrial area, if a residential property is there, it is not a highest and best use. Better to have an industrial building there. So these kind of things are taken into account for HABU principle. HABU principle. You should be very familiar with this one. We will see in detail in some other in going on discussions. So that is fair value. Then we have special value. What is special value? An amount above the market value. That is for a special purchaser. What is a special purchaser? You think about it. For me, if I have a land behind my house and I need it to extend my bedroom or whatever purpose, my own purpose. So I will pay him more than market value because I am a special purchaser. I need it badly. So that is called special value, an amount above the market value that displays specific attributes of an asset that are only of a special purchaser, more attractive because of attributes of properties, advantage to a special purchaser. So I have, if I get that particular property behind my house, it is very much useful for me. So I will pay a little bit more than or very much more than market value. So you cannot in such case, when especially in market approach, what happens, some deeds are registered in very high price. You cannot take that price for comparing the your property. Market approach is based on comparison in the market. So special price means somebody who purchases it for a special, he needs it badly and he pays more than market value. So that is called special value. Then what we'll see, what is synergic value. See, if there are two or three in proper asset or properties, interest, whatever, the combined value is more than the sum of the separate values. This comes, see, if you sell one property to some other, each one person, or you can sell it in as a whole to a particular person. In businesses, for example, you have a property in Goa, you have property in Uttarakhand, you have a property in Dehradun or even in Trivandrum or Chennai. So, so you are running a business, established business. So if you sell one by one to separate persons, it won't fetch much value. Whereas if you sell as it as a whole property, whole business, then that is called synergic value. It is much more than individual piece, individual asset value. This is called synergic value. It's an important term, synergic value. And MCQ can be, multiple choice question can be expected. So let's go to the next slide. This is called liquidation value. There are, I would like to tell you one thing. Liquidation value is mainly comes under Companies Act. That is your IBBA. After passing IBBA exam, don't write IBBA, RB, your number and all those things. They are banned now. It is not. You can registered under Companies Act. You are registered under Companies Act, not IBBA or anything. You cannot specify it. Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board, they especially given some instruction on it. Previously, I also made some mistakes. I used to write IBBA registration number. You need not write that one. It is against their interest. So I don't know why. This says now Companies Act. You have to write Registered Companies Act 2013 and amended in 2017. So here liquidation value is for mainly comes under Companies Act, whereas it is same the word same process you are using in banks or financial institution, which comes under 34AB Income Tax Act. What is that? Forced value. It is called forced value or distressed value. When you are in distress, as I told you, when you sell it, you will get lower price. Time, proper marketing time is not there. Whereas in the liquidation value also the same thing is there. An orderly, last sentence, an orderly transaction with a typical marketing period, that is there. That is orderly transaction. But only thing is, see, in banks auction value, when they certify or they advertise in newspapers, they will use the word where is as is. As is where is. What is that? In whatever the condition you are now looking at into a property, the present condition, you can take it. We won't do anything. Maybe it is like a unleveled land, dilapidated building. You can take as it is. There is no we won't do anything. You have to make whatever requirement that afterwards, after purchasing the auction value, you can take. Whereas in liquidation value, you have to do it. It should be in a, they use the word saleable or salable condition. They sometimes use salable. The word is salable, SALEA. Whereas in sense it is a saleable condition, so it should be in a salable condition. Then the second liquidation value is forced transaction with a shortened marketing period. That is where it comes distress value or force value. Somebody is forcing you, so it is much different than market value. It is just opposite to the market value, liquidation value. Okay, now realizable value. What is realizable value? Realizable value means if you sell the property after, say, in banks and all, they have to hold the property for a longer period until they get a auction price. So that whole particular holding period, they have some expenses like taxes, insurance, or you see uh, brokerage commissions, etc., even advertising charges. So these are all charges met by the banks or financial institutions. So market value minus those charges, those outgoings, all costs related to holding cost during expected market period, all the cost which is borne to the bank or financial institution, that should be deducted from the market value. Here one more point I would like to tell you. There are so many court judgments.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, tell me, sir.
Excuse me, sir.
Sir, okay, carry on, sir.
Sir, इसमें how much showing the expected marketing period and type of marketing period? Can you explain about this?
Yeah, that is depends on the bank's requirement. Sometimes after 3 months of your installments are failed, you are not giving the monthly installment. You are not remitting the monthly installment for consecutive 3 months. They can take symbolic possession. Symbolic possession means they will get a banner and all. It is under the so and so State Bank of India's property. That is what really happens. Then they will negotiate. There is a chance for negotiation also after that settlement. So that period is called. It depends. It may be say 3 months, maybe 6 months. That's all. So even after the settlement negotiation is failed, they will auction it. Then we'll see what is auction value, how to calculate. Generally, it is 25 to 30% less than the market value, auction value. The main concern is banks should get whatever they have paid. And I'm going to tell you another one. the court judgment. So that is, if after getting the auction value, that is the bank require that much only. The extra amount, if somebody is paying, that should be returned to the owner. Bank cannot keep the excess. After their whatever the cost they incurred, or interest paid or capital, whatever, after deducting that, the remaining amount is to be paid to the original owner. That is one of the thing in that we'll see in the next slide. What is forced? Same thing as I explained. Forced sale value. You can go through the sentence. The slide. The price that could be obtained under circumstances where a seller is under compulsion to sell will depend upon the nature of the pressure on the seller. See, that is there is no time frame. It is nature of the pressure, and the reason why proper marketing cannot be undertaken. When it is in a compulsion, that is forced, it is thrust upon him. So in that case, proper marketing time you will not get. In this case, the sale process to be completed within a short time period, like 3 months, 6 months, like that. Okay, that is called. There are so many other words for sale value. Distress value is also for sale value. It is also distress value. Now there are some similar item in which I think salvage value is more important for you, because in cost approach we use this term salvage value. That is, the asset reached the economic life. There is some value for the other things. No, if it is not demolished or collapsed, that building is there. If the economic life is over, then what happens? There is so many. See, economic life is there, physical life is there. So economic life means even after physical life, some building exists. Your ancestral building, maybe it is 150 years old. So that is called economic life. After what is physical life? Physical life is we have designed a particular building. Suppose it is a load bearing building. You can take 55 to 60 years as physical life. If it is a RCC frame structure, you can take it as 75 to 80 years. That depends. So after this period, whatever value remains, usually it is 10% in practical cases. We are taking 10% as per income tax department, it is 6%. So it depends on situation. So that is called salvage value. How you will get it? There may be some door frames, there may be some old building, with good timber, wooden works. So these are all, you can sell it in second-hand market, you will get some amount. That is the concept of salvage value. Then scrap value is more or less same, but we are not using. It's not that important. It is the same. The word itself is scrap, so you know the meaning. Component, some material, some things are there. Whatever you get sell in second-hand market, that will be the scrap value. Then comes reinstatement value. This is important for in insurance and some land acquisition case. What is that? Reinstatement value means the cost of replacing or reinstating the same property, same kind type, not superior or inferior. Okay, more extensive than the insured property when new. So that is called reinstatement value. As it is, they will construct that value after if it is 10 years back, the same condition they will give. So there is a method of calculating the particular value of reinstatement. That is called reinstatement value. Then there are similar wordings like there are replacement value. What is replacement value? Same thing more or less. Say for same utility, same function, everything should be same, and new building. That is called replacement. Now, another word is there, reproduction value. What is reproduction? That means you are, especially this is happening in heritage buildings. You have to construct with same replica of the building, similar building, similar structure. So that is called reproduction. There are various, that depends on the situation. You can very well understand in illustrations. We have some case studies, illustrations of reinstatement value, replacement value, and reproduction value. Okay. Now, mainly now we have seen the purpose of valuation. What is the purpose of valuation for real estate? So first one is value of a property depends on purpose of valuation. So that I told you, in the same day you can certify 3 or 4 values for a property. Depends on the purpose. If it is for bank mortgage, you have to certify some value. If it is used for visa purpose, for somebody is going abroad, you can show a little bit more because it is not regulated with any this thing. So visa valuation is done by registered valuers. For Canada or state, they ask for visa valuation is immovable properties in India. So visa valuation, etc. So say the purpose of the value depends on purpose of the value also. Valuation purpose of land acquisition, another one is not. It's an example. Land acquisition is not same as for that of mortgage. What is land acquisition? Land acquired by government or PPT, private, public private participation, whatever. Some land is acquired for widening of road. They need, instead of 4-lane traffic, they need 6-lane traffic. Okay, they will acquire. So that case, we will see how they will assess the value. In very simple time, I can tell you, it is decided by district collector, one MCQ. Just we'll see in detail who is the authority to arrive the valuation for land acquisition cases. It is district collector. So she or he go to the ask the highest value registered in that particular area for 3 years, for the past 3 years, and taking average of it. So this is called liquidation value. I mean, in the case of land acquisition, that is why they say the valuation purpose of land acquisition is not same as the mortgage value. Mortgage value means you are giving the property for mortgage or loan purpose. Similarly, valuation the purpose of insurance. Yeah, so the same day you can take insurance, insurable value. You have to calculate is for the same property. In case it will give you a different value. There are in insurance generally they won't take 10 percentage as foundation value. Foundation they will they never insure. Only the superstructure is insured. One more MCQ. So 10% is generally taken, but if the question paper doesn't give any percentage, don't assume it. Most probably the for insurance cases, the foundation and plinth is considered as 10 percentage. That means 10% you have to deduct from the total value of the building. So you will get insurable value. Then, since valuation is essential exercise for assessing the present value of future benefits, this is a bit complicated one that is called Inca approach. We generally chartered accountants are doing this, but we should also know this, very important, especially in lease agreements. Lease agreements are valued by registered valuers. What is lease? You own a land you are giving for a particular period to another person. That is your rights are given for a particular time frame. That is this that comes under Transfer of Property Act. You might have learned in previous class. Transfer of Property Act and Easement Act and all. You may be knowing it, right? Somebody can answer me. That portion is covered or not? Transfer of Property Act. 1882.
No, sir. No, we have not heard this. I have not
Okay,
heard.
then tomorrow, day after tomorrow, you will know about it. That is, transfer of property means there are so many ways of transfer. Sale deed. If you are selling a property, that is a transfer. That comes under transfer of property. You are giving rights to the other person. Your property is right. Okay. So the valuation is essential exercise assessing the present value of future benefits. Here you will have to work out. Means you have to take so much time consuming process for engineers, because we are not familiar with this internal rate of return, discounted cash flow, all those things, net present value. So we only advantage is there are some mathematical formula that you have to by heart. You can derive it at the same time in question paper. I mean, examination time you cannot derive it. So by heart that formula. I'll show the formulas. I think in Inca approach. So from that you can arrive these things. These whatever written in the third points. Third point, point number 3. Since valuation is an essential exercise of for assessing the present value of future benefits. So you are getting future benefit. You are seeing outward. Understand? You are seeing the things in future. What benefit I will get? Then you will convert that future value to the present. Reverse process. Whatever you are getting the future benefits, you are converting to the present value of rupee. That is the concept of Inca approach mainly. Certain macro, then other things are macroeconomics indicators like inflation. Then of course micro also, from Bombay, from Madras, it is not same. So macro as well as micro indicators, like what is macroeconomics, it also gives indication of inflation, fiscal and monetary policy of government, inflow of foreign money, GDP growth. These are all influence your valuation in companies as per Companies Act. Minor variation will be in other Income Tax Act also. When while you are doing, mainly you are going to get bank valuation, suppose financial institutions. So there you need not that much concerned about GDP growth and all. Of course, you can mention it in your report. At the same time, in company valuation, you have to see these things. So in IBBA, in some point of view also, future influence of value, this kind of thing, macroeconomics. Okay, macroeconomics is covered? No. Yes, it is covered. Otherwise, you are not gone through economics classes? Still not done?
Oh, sir.
A little bit, sir.
No, sir.
No.
We have not done. We have not done, sir. I have not done.
Why? All of you are covered the same topics, no? Same batch.
Yes, sir. Today is the starting first day, sir. But
Today is the first day.
Today is the
Okay,
first day
fine.
only, sir.
Fine. So the next class, I think Monday you will have those things. That is in your
no, sir,
syllabus.
next
It is
class
there.
is on Sunday, sir.
Yeah, tomorrow also
Tomorrow.
I'll be with you, unfortunately for you. So day after tomorrow, that class will be started. The general topics. Okay.
It will be in the next week, no, not day after tomorrow. It will be next Saturday and Sunday.
Okay, fine. Okay. And the last class is mine, case studies. Okay. So we'll see what are the basic elements. By heart it. There is a shortcut method. Take all the first alphabets. You will get must, marketability, utility, scarcity, transferability. These are the basic elements of the value. From here, you start to learn these things, basic elements. That is marketability. It should be marketable. See, there are two types of properties. One is marketable, the other one is non-marketable. Can anybody tell a non-marketable property? What is a non-marketable property?
So for
Marketable, we
example,
know. Again, okay, Aditya ji, okay, tell me.
say Taj Mahal we can consider as a non-marketable property.
Okay, fine. It is a heritage building. Okay, fine.
It's a
But generally,
educational
yes,
institution.
okay. One educational, if it is no benefit, no loss basis, trust, educational
Trust,
trust.
trust
Yes, in a way, it is not marketable.
marketable.
The best example, I will tell you one more. Nobody has thought about it. Worship places like
Which
mosque,
places
church,
here?
temple, worship. You go there and worship, temples, church, mosque,
Okay.
etc. This is not at all marketable. So, plus some of the educational institutions and even hospitals.
Hospitals. Okay.
Yeah, some hospitals cannot be marketable because hospital can be marketable if the even
Right.
education, in school or college also, if the same kind of in business in the same kind of field they should be working. So market participants will be very less. In some cases, it cannot be not at all marketable because of the trustee clauses. So you cannot market it. So generally, we consider worship places, education institutions, and hospitals. So if an MCQ comes, if any of these come, I mean, they will give you other properties, and one of these three institution. If any one of these three is there, you write that one as an answer. Okay. Sometimes hospitals, generally hospitals are marketable, but in some cases it is not marketable. Then what is utility? Second one, must, MUST. So utility means, basically, what is utility? Utility means we know architecture, we know civil engineering, how to use the space, everything. But here it is, utility means the satisfaction given by a particular asset to the owner. That is called utility. If you are satisfied, of course, if your rooms are arranged well, space are properly used, everything is there. So that is utility point of view as far as an engineer is concerned. So, but in valuation, we take utility generally as a satisfaction arrived from a property. If you are happy, okay, or other person is happy, it is called utility. Then scarcity, as word indicates, it is scarce. Scarce means it is not much available. For example, land. Land is always a scarce commodity because it is limited property. Land has got limit. If you take your, this thing, land is only one third of two-third is ocean. So land is generally considered as a scarce product, a commodity. So land is scarce commodity. Then one more thing I will tell you about land is the probable question from MCQ. One more thing is the land is not destructible, so no depreciation is to be
Indra,
given to a land. No depreciation. That means while you apply for buildings, there are depreciation. We'll apply
land.
depreciation, but land there is no depreciation. So then transferability. What is transferability? It is because you can transfer the property. It should be saleable in an open market. These four elements should be there for to certify a value. Otherwise, you are certifying present worth of the property. If it is suppose in non-marketable property, we have seen worship places. Sometimes the management committee of a temple will come to you to for self-assessment process. Uh, Value a temple asset. You won't use the word market value or any other value. It is worth of the property. You cannot market it. It is the present worth of the property. Please take care that particular wording because it is non-marketable. So you certify only the present worth. So there are four basic elements called marketability, utility, scarcity, and transferability. So now let's see what are the factors affecting all those things, all the marketability process. So one is, if the property is mortgaged, problem. If you cannot sell, or even in a lesser price, because he has to pay the second person will pay the whatever, what you call, interest in the bank or institution. So outstanding mortgages, the value will be significantly decreased. Liens means, see, liens is a legal term. That means there is some legal issues. So if legal, whenever you think this one, this is a general term, general principle in MCQ, you use it. Statutory, legal, these words comes, the market value will be decreased. Suppose, I will tell you an example, a rent control property. It is given rent, but rent control, if as per Rent Control Act, you cannot evict the tenant. That is the first point. So whenever a control of act or a legal term has come in between, then the market value will be always less. Always. Whether it's supportive or negative or positive, nothing else. It is negative point for a market value. Legal terms comes. Convenance. Sometimes it is called convenance. Some convenance are there. You can use the particular property. I will tell you one more example. Suppose apartment, there is only vegetarians, they will sell only the vegetarians, or they will try allocate the rooms only for vegetarian people, so the market value will be less. That is called convenience. That is social issue. So social perspective. So the market participants will be only vegetarians, non-vegetable, I mean, like, so they cannot purchase the property. That is one example for affecting the market value. Then second one is, as I said, restrictive convenience. That is what is restrictive convenience, is a vegetarian, non-vegetarian issue. Then encumbrances. Encumbrances is also an issue, because while you are doing valuation, the legal terms like encumbrances are assessed by advocates of the panel advocate, or banks advocate, whoever. But in Companies Act, if you are doing a assignment, there may not be a legal scrutiny report or title investigation report with you. They won't provide. So in that case, that is why we are going through this legal aspects. So you will learn here, it is the some legal aspect of the valuation, various case laws, etc. Okay, so we should have some idea about general laws and salient features of insolvency and bankruptcy board. These are all connected to some kind of legal issues. Even though we are not expert advocates or lawyers, we should know basics. So easement of the property. What is easement of the property? Very easy. Suppose you are giving a right to a person to take water from an open well from your property. From your property, only way he can get the water, you are giving an easement right. Otherwise also he will get, if he goes to court. So easement right is a public, you are giving right to a public, I mean, to the public, for to reach his home. There is no other way. He constructed some building and the road is yours, and you have to give the easement right to the party. So that is called easement right. Then suppose you have some error in extent of land. Extent of land means area of the land in the parent title. There will be a dispute. So they will say my extent is 1 acre. How it becomes So there you have to again survey the property with a village officer or village surveyor, these kind of things. So the error can occur in old and previous uh, parent documents. Parent documents means if you buy a property, you'll get other property. I mean the all the documents related to the previous owners, that should be with you. So sometimes there can be some errors, so that will reduce the market value. Then adverse possession claims. What is adverse possession? That means, suppose uh, you are not here, you are living in some other country for a long period, more than 12 years, 15 years, and also, and you have got plenty of property in your place. You don't have time to look at each and every property, or you didn't engage anybody. So a person, maybe your labor, to look after your agriculture, if he stays in your property for 12 years, your right is gone. The property is goes to that particular person. 12 years is the maximum for private parties, and 30 years for government properties. For government properties it's okay, we call it patta, patayam, patta, all those things. That means you are giving the rights to the person after 30 years. Government can do it, but whereas this is your hard earned money, your private property, so you have to be careful whether he is living there how many years. 12 years you have to evict him, or you make a contract with him, not rent, based on rent. License, you can give him a license to live. What is the difference between rented property and licensed property? Licensed property, you are giving the permission only, permission to right to use the premises, his premises, that particular premise, and you are renewing for 11 months. That is the license. Whereas rent, you when you use the where you use the word license fee in license, don't use rental value, rent property, all those kind of things. Then it will go to rent control act. Rent control act, the property value will be less because standard rents are there with government. If you are getting and eviction is also an issue. You cannot evict the tenant without proper reason. So these are complicated things. So rented property is not an advisable one. But we are talking about adverse possession. This adverse possession means somebody is living in your own property, and finally he gets the right. Actually, property is a bundle of right. Bundle it is the simple form of explaining a property, a bundle of rights, because earlier days it was fundamental right. What is a fundamental right? In Indian constitution it is written in preamble itself. What is that? Freedom to speak, freedom to move around, all those things. So like that, property was a fundamental right. When government feel the heat of development, more roads, more park, public places are required, so government started acquiring, no other way, so to acquire your property and giving you a compensation. This is so from 1972 it becomes a constitutional right. It is called constitutional right now, not fundamental right, constitutional or legal right. You are only having legal rights for your property. A government can at any time acquire your property if it is required by public interest. So that is the difference. Now let us see the next one, structural encroachment. What is structural encroachment? Not related to our structure, RCC frame structure. A piece of property projects, suppose you are constructing a house and there is setback rules, no? What do you call in your place? I don't know. Setback, it is called setback. You have to construct a particular building from particular distance from the other property. So that is, if setback is not there, it is called structural encroachment. That also will reduce market value. Then existing violation of an equitable servitude or covenant, forget about it, that is comes under Easement Act. Then zoning restriction violations. What is zoning restriction? What is zoning? Anybody? Zoning means government will declare certain area for residential or commercial or industrial. So in an industrial area, if you have a posh bungalow or posh flat, there is no value. You won't get a market value, very much less. Why? Because it is zoning for industry or commercial purpose, where there is no relevance for a residential building. So that is zoning restriction violations. So it is
Sir,
a kind of law
what is existing violations of an equitable servitude?
that we will see later in Easement Act. Because since you are not gone through that Easement Act, it is difficult to explain now. Servitude and convent. Okay.
Okay, so you will be telling later.
Yes,
Yeah.
of course, sure.
Okay.
Now we've completed the first must M, marketability and its value. Now comes utility and value, U, MU. Remember these four terms: must, that is marketability, utility, scarcity, and transferability. Now comes to the utility point of view. So here it is a simple one. Consumer determine the importance of benefit the use provides and willing to pay for it. So consumer understand the utility. So he is willing to. If there is no utility for him, there won't be any market at all for market value at all. So utility means the state of being useful. I defined it in a different way. Satisfaction. It is being useful, rewarding, and advantageous. There will be some advantages for that particular property for him, so he will buy that. With the increase in utility, the value of real property increases naturally. If utilities increase, market value is also increased. So utilities more or less, we know it. So I need not explain more about it. Then scarcity of a value. Scarcity, I explained already. Scarcity means not abundant, not abundant. It is not plenty, limited, only limited. That is called scarcity. So demand of for land rises, with supply being fixed, value of land will rise. Think about it. It is you can understand the logic behind it. If there is demand and supply is less, generally property value will be increased. That is why we call value as an economic concept, demand and supply. Then the second point is when demand increases with a fixed supply, then also scarcity of land as well as built up spaces is created in the market. So in short, you remember as an engineer or a mathematician, value of the property is directly proportional to the scarcity of that property in real estate. Directly if scarcity is more, value is more. That is directly proportional. What is indirectly proportional? Suppose if supply is more, value is less. That is indirectly proportional. Here it is directly proportional. Okay, that is only the thing which we have to see in the scarcity part. Then we come to the end of transferability. What is transferability and value? Physical transference of landed property is not possible. Yes, that is apparent, obvious, because you cannot take. Suppose here in my place, there is no land value, much market value. I cannot take it to the another market like apple or a mango or rice or whatever. It is their fixity. That is fixed. That is called fixity of the property. Land is fixed one. You cannot take to other market. So transference of landed property. Here one more thing you have to remember, landed property means land plus building or land plus any structure. Landed property. In question paper it may come. We will mistaken, if you read fast, it is land property. We will see. Landed property means property plus land, structure plus land, or land plus structure or building, whatever it is. So that is called landed property. So you cannot take with other other commodities. It is due to these characteristics of real estate, a rise in value occurs in some location while it really happens. Rise will go down in other locations due to excess supply. Within 3 or 4 kilometers, it may happen. Here, the demand is very high. My property will get a very good price. At the same time, the other part of my district, there are so many builders and all. Supply is more. Everything is available, so the property value is not that much. So due to this characteristic, a rise in value occurs in some locations while the value may go down in other location due to excess supply. The more easily it could be transferred, the better value the owner of the estate could be. The transfer, it is easiness of doing business, so transferability also depends on easiness. If you take time to, somebody approaches you, then you have to see what are the municipal taxes, how I didn't pay it. Many other obstructions may be there. Your title deed is defective, okay, I will have to get a notarized form, these kind of things. So, and then thirdly, if it is a freehold, you will get more value. Whereas in co-joint or joint owners, or more parties are involved, then also the value will be less. Because you have to get the permission from all these 3 people or 4 people. So if it is a freehold for you, freehold, what is that? You are the sole proprietor, sole owner of that particular property. In that case, you can transfer it very easily. We should know these points, because in market approach, I can go directly to market approach if you want. We are comparing the property with other properties based on all these characteristics. So suppose you want to know or evaluate a particular property or land or landed property, you will compare it with other similar property in the same geographical location. The main thing is same geographical location, your vicinity in the that area, in same time frame. If it is sold for 10 years before, you cannot take. Recent transactions is to be taken. But at the same time, I will tell you a drawback. Drawback in India, what is happening? The real value will not be registered in our registration office, because parallel economy. But it is getting reduced now. At the same time, parallel economy creates a lot of hurdles before valuers, because we won't get a proper comparable sale sale instances. We call it sale instances, comparable sale instances. But you will get it when it is involved hold the white money, where it is when it is happen, if it is acquired by a bank, if it is acquired by a government agency, they cannot show the black money, so they have to register it in a actual value. So there may be, if you are lucky enough, you will get that kind of comparable properties. But there are other methods also to arrive. Don't worry about it. In market approach, we have some other techniques to arrive market value without getting a proper sale deed or proper registered sale deed from our real estate portals or advertisements or bank auctions in the locality. We know that bank auction or reserve price will be around 30 to 25%. So they will publish it. So from which you can calculate market value. There are so many other methods. See, whenever the necessity is the mother of invention, really, in market approach, we Indian values, what we are doing. See, we will from now onwards, we are not locally competing or locally doing business, or we are following international valuation standards. So there is a book that will be, if you are not aware of it, I can share you a soft copy. It's a very few pages only, but all the standards are specified in that one. Approaches, how to write a report, everything is there. So better go through that international valuation standard. Definitely, it will be advantageous for you in IBBA preparations also. And there will be a CEP class on it separately. I think they will take RVS are taking a separate class on IVS standards, because there are so many while you write a report, there are limitations, caveats, CLD. It is called limitations, disclaimers. Disclaimer means you are not disclaiming your value. That is important thing. Once you certified the value, it is yours. It is in your head. If anything happens in future, there may be some CBI inquiry or regulatory. You have to appear before the court as a witness of opinion. So there is see, when your responsibility is more, your fees is more, your risk factor is also more. That is what economics also say. See, if you are taking high risk, you will get high return in stocks. Example for stock exchange. And if you want low risk, you go to the FD, fixed deposit in bank, and the interest rate is very low. Whereas in one day, the stock market may vary like anything. So these are the things which you have to keep in mind. We will see one by one. Don't worry. These are all. I hope you understood some basics now of real estate valuation, which are known to you actually, but you never noticed. This is the thing. This is all common things, but while you study only, then you will understand. Oh, these are the important things in valuation process. Now we have seen elements of valuation. Now next slide shows influence. What are the factors influencing? This will help you more in market approach, because we are here. What we are doing here, only the physical, economical, legal, social factors of these elements are considered. So it is micro level. So in your location, these factors are sufficient to arrive a value. Physical, we'll see one by one. But how physical? What are the physical properties? Can you tell me? One example I can tell you: infrastructure. If you have got a wide road, yes, it will affect your valuation. Instead of a mud road, small road, if your property is situated in a main road, you will get good value. It's a physical property. Infrastructure, electricity, water availability, everything is okay, then you will get higher value. Look, most important thing is location. The location of the property is the most important factor or physical factor. Then comes economical factors, legal factors, and social factors. We will see. So physical factors, yeah, as I said, location, most determining factor of value. Location of the property. Once a senior valuer was asked by somebody, which are the three main factors influencing value? He said, first one is location, second also location, third also location. So he didn't go to infrastructure or anything. So that much importance he has given to the location. So location is the most important one, because if you are very interior place, your property is located, whereas a main road property with all civil amenities are available, like hospitals, schools, colleges, you'll get very high value. You might have inquired the same cost of construction, but unfortunately, that value is more because of the locational advantage. There is locational advantage. So that is the one. The second one is infrastructure, that is water, electricity, sewage system. That is all in infrastructures provided. The external factors actually provided by the municipality or corporation or village. I mean village, it is village only. So then comes quality of construction. As an engineer, you have to assess the quality of construction. So what quality it maintains for a particular construction, these things. Very easy. So then comes planning. If you have planned well a property of an apartment with sufficient parking area for visitors, for example, parking area for visitors, easy access to services, everything. So that is called planning. So how we are going to plan a building, this kind of thing. Then comes amenities and facilities. That is inside the property. Swimming pool, jogging club, lift, clubhouse, etc. These are all enhances the physical factors and subsequently the market value. So physical, these are the important physical factors. Okay. Now you can have any number of physical factors if you think, which gives extra attribute to the property value. Think of it. You will get plenty. I will tell you one. If it is not in a polluted area, you will get more value. Environmentally fresh area. I mean, environmentally good weather also. Weather is an influencing factor. Environment is an influencing factor. So these are many things you can think and view from your apartment. If it is a view to a slum, whether it is the other side is view for a seashore, which one will give fetch value? Seashore, of course. View from to a seashore in the same building. I am telling you, the flat rate will be different. So these are all physical factors. Then comes economical factors. What is economical factors? As we said, it is connected to economics, inflation, population changes, economic growth, etc. These are all economical factors. Inflation, we know, price rise of most goods and services daily common use. That is called inflation. So such as food, it is increased, clothing increase, housing is increasing. So the real estate is in real estate actually tool against, we can say, inflation, because real estate liquidity is very low compared to others. If you are in stock exchange, you can sell it within 1 or 2 days. If you have money in your bank, you can get it in a now it is online very fast. But real estate, you need time. So by that time, that inflation is actually a cyclic process. Boom, bubble, you might have known, burst, that kind of things, so it can be or I mean, in real estate cases, sometimes it is a hedge against inflation, we call it. But in most of the cases, it is reverse also. Then comes population changes, because now migration is more in metro cities, so demand is more for affordable buildings. So if it is affordable buildings, which we are planning for, the government of India is planning for affordable buildings, so only then only these people can buy it. And it is a true fact, in Mumbai itself, there are so many flats not it is unsold. More than 1 lakh apartments are remaining unsold in this corona period, and before that also in GDP, because of some issue. So that kind of things happens. Population changes means migration, natural migration, net migration increases the land price due to increased demand. Not only land price, all the prices will be increased because of population changes. In some bank started asking these questions: what is the population of the area, kind of population, mixed population, immigrants or status. You can write it. See, valuation report is the ambassador of a valuer. If you want to establish as a good valuer, you in beginning it may be feel difficult, but if you go in detail, whether they read it or not, you have to mention these things in every report, so that one day if any review comes, people will notice you, definitely notice you. For example, I will tell you, it is like that in how to appear for an interview. There was a question. So suppose you need for 10 years experience. No, they need 10 years experience. You are just a beginner, 1 or 2 years. Will you apply? You can apply it. That is the new theory. Provided you use a sentence there, you will get noticed because of that particular sentence. What is that? You use you can write, given a chance, I can perform experience as an experienced engineer of 10 years. But when you scrutinize this process, when you the job interviewer or group of people, they will scrutinize this sentence. That shows your confidence level. Given a chance, I'll perform. I'll try to perform an experience of 10 years. It may be true. You can. So the same thing. See, such a catchy approach. If you write a population change or economic growth or inflation in your report, that shows that you know the subject. It will pay you in long run. Definitely, it will pay you in long run. Okay. So whatever you are reading, you're not IBBA point of view. I'm telling. Practical valuation also, that will give you weightage. You will get a superior name than others if you write everything clearly. So whatever we learn in IPVA classes, just remember in practice also. Now the legal factors, we'll go to from economical to legal now. What is legal? One of the legal factors is clear title, so no defect. So that is a clear title. Number one point. Number two is rights and interest. Right to acquire, hold, dispose of property. A freehold fetches maximum value, as I told you. What is that right? Again, I am repeating, property is a bundle of rights. So these rights are, I think 11 rights are specified by some author. I don't know whether we have here. So what are the 11 rights, real rights? So one among is the right to acquire. You can acquire, you can hold, you can dispose, transfer it, you can give anything, any damn thing. A freehold right fetches maximum value. You can enjoy the property without any trespassing or any other thing. This is called rights and interest. Then convenience, again it is repeated, condition tied to the ownership. Conditions, wherever the word condition, these are all legal terms. Convenience, condition ownership of use of land. Refrain from using home as a business, for an example. Suppose you cannot, government, as per government rule, sometimes you cannot use house as a business for business purpose. Then there is a covenant. So that will decrease the market value. Now statutes, as statutes means legal. Acts, rules, regulations, orders, these are all what you call legal factors, statutes. So for example, building bylaws, Actually, we all engineers know building bylaws. You cannot use 100% of your land for construction. You have to leave some portion open spaces. 60% you can consume. Like FSI, there is FSI rules. Those who are practicing engineers should know it. All those things for submission of drawings and all. FSI coverage area. Then Taxation Act, easement right, RARA. We are all familiar with this one, RARA rules. What is RARA? Real Estate Regulatory Authority, just been implemented in all state. That is, you have to register the project in RARA authorities. RARA authorities means Real Estate Regulatory Authority. So RARA rules are there, which is good for consumers as well as builders. That we'll take in separately in some other chapter. RARA rules and regulations. It's a very good topic for you. That is not in this scope, but you should know RARA rules are the Real Estate Regulatory Authority. Then we will see social factors. As you know, we have seen diversity in unity in diversity, and many cultures are there, virtually every aspect of the life. So this diversities of ethnic, linguistic, regional, economic, religious, class, caste, groups, cross-cut Indian society, a substantial effect on valuation. So even when we value for certain purpose, we have to see the Succession Act. What is Succession Act? Hindu Succession Act is there, Christian Succession Act is there, Muslim Succession Act is there. All are different. So that also we will study in this one, Succession Act, and not this. Whenever the laws of real estate is there, one chapter for you that carries this one course. So scientist 310 marks. Okay, all those things comes under laws of real estate valuation. Laws. What is that? We are seeing the customs. Then comes rearrangement of family. As we know, there is no nowadays the nuclear families are more. It is increasing, not like earlier our custom. So when the nuclear family increases, what happens? More dwelling units, more flats are required, more apartments are, because people are staying different houses. So rearrangement, it is called rearrangement of family structure. So they have to nuclear family leading to demand for flats. That is a social factor. It's a social factor. Now, other social factor, urge to reside close proximity of syllable. They are very interesting. So, some people see if there is a flat of maybe 25 years old, but Sachin Tendulkar is living there, people will give any value to that property. Fans of Sachin Tendulkar or Shah Rukh Khan, Amitabh Bachchan. So, people prefer to live in a proximity to a celebrity. Fans. So that is called this Juhu Beach, Mumbai and all fetches a very high value because so many actors and actresses are living there. So that kind of property will fetch more than the market value, even if it is an old one. Suppose somebody says Sachin Tendulkar was lived this flat, then also they will buy. He has moved from that particular property, but still that value is there. So basically, in we Indian psycho is like that. We what you call admire celebrities. So naturally, the market value will be increased. That is also a social factor. So MCQ question may appear. Giving an example, living near a celebrity, which factors are. So they will give the other three also: physical, economical, functional, and social. So you should write it's a social factor. Physical factors, economical factors, social, legal factors, and social factors. Examples you should know, or some they may ask customs. It comes under social. Don't confuse it with airport customs or customs in other things. So this is customs means India's cultural diversity. Okay. Now comes highest and best use of value. As I told you, HABU. It's a short form is HABU. Highest and best use value. So no, that is one point. Highest and best use. I heard it. Highest and best use. From today onwards, you should be familiar with this word. Value in use. Value in use we have seen already. Value in exchange. The same thing. We did not spend much time on it except HABU. HABU principle, if you know, well and good. We can go faster. It is very easy to understand because a particular property is not used completely, fully utilized. It is not good HABU. So HABU means it should give maximum profit, maximum income, maximum satisfaction, maximum utility. What are the elements we have learned? All maximum, highest and best use. Okay, value in use is a particular person or a particular satisfaction he derives from the property. Except there is an exception: building under construction has no value in use. It's a MCQ. That's why whenever I go through, I remember some MCQ which has now appeared in IBB exam. That is why I'm telling you, value in use could be an MCQ also. Value in exchange, we know we are exchanging some properties. So highest and best use, these are very simple things, and only one slide is there. I think the reasonably probable, there are four factors in HABU principle. What are they? It should be financially feasible. First one, whether it is financially feasible, then only highest and best use you have to see. Then financially feasible and physically possible. Of course, it should be physically possible to construct such a property. Legally permissible. It should legally permissible. Some zoning area you are going to use highest and best is for 10 floor building. No, whether you should see how much is the right restriction, height restriction may be there. So we have to see that one also. So in that case, legally permissible, and of course financially feasible. There are four items in HABU, highest and best value. We see four components, which is very important: physically possible, legally permissible, financially feasible, and what is that? One more: physically possible, legally permissible, financially feasible. There are four. No, three. Okay. Physically, legally, financially. And that result in the highest value, highest and best value. Okay, highest and best use value. So that is the number one. These three parameters should be in compliance with these three: physically possible, legally permissible, financially feasible. This is repetitive question. Physically feasible, possible, legally permissible, and financially feasible. Okay. Then highest and best use may differ from current or even an orderly liquidation. Yeah, that will maybe differ in some cases. Some even in okay, tell me, sir.
Sir, can you explain financially feasible means?
That means, see, if you are constructing in an industrial building instead of a commercial building, the land highest and best use is industrial building. But if you construct an industrial building, whether it is financially profitable to you, That is the foremost question. First and foremost question is income,
Income.
or whatever benefit you are going to get. Or you spend a lot of money and you are not getting back any benefit, means that is so. That is why it is written financially feasible.
Feasible. Okay.
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 Then value in use. What is value in use? There is another definition, is the net present value of the benefits that an asset generates for a specific owner under a specific cost, use, and a component of the going on concern, assuming the entity will continue remain in the business. Okay, going concern. Just remember this word, going concern. Going concern means a business. That business should continue to be, when you, while you certify a market value, you are assuming, it's a special assumption, that assuming the entity will continue to remain in business, same business, then only that value in use is more accurate. So value in use is the net present value of the benefits that an asset generates for a specific use owner under a specific use, and a component of going concern. It's a component of going concern. This word is new for you. Going concern means there are businesses which is running, whereas in as per Companies Act, if you get an assignment, the going concern term is not at all be there, because it is closed for last 10 years. Then only then it is bit difficult to value in a going concern basis. Then we will go to the liquidation process. If the it depends on the insolvency process, whether it is restart, we'll try to restart the project. How you can do that? That is a prime discussion. When a company is insolvent means no money. So in that case, the company NCLT, what in NCLT case, National Law Tribunal is taking up these cases. So they will also see whether the company can be restarted, whether how to solvent the particular property instead of insolvent. If it fails only, then we will go for liquidation. Those who are ready to purchase the similar property, similar this thing, let them purchase it and run the business. That is a concept. So value in use. Value in use is estimated at the use which is less than highest and best use. Hence, it is generally lower than market price. Value in use generally, of course, it is not compliance with the highest and best use. Whatever use they are using, okay, fine. That is value in use. Whereas highest and best use means it will give you the maximum benefit. So it is which is less than highest and best use. The value in use is always less than highest and best use, and subsequently the market will be lesser. Value in use is open to market prices. Yeah, it is open to market prices. Whatever the market dictates, that depends on that will reflect on value in use, that particular use. This is when more we have seen it, the value in use in the other slide. This is much more elaborate explanation. Now, value in exchange. The word itself is very clear. It is the price of an individual good which can be sold and brought in the market. Basically, that is the basic thing. The individual good which can be sold and marketability. So marketability as well as transferability is the value in exchange. Thus, value in exchange depends on two factors. One is time, other is location. So giving money, a good, a service. So suppose I don't have money, I am a chartered accountant. Mr. Sakir bhai, you are a what you call very rich person who is going to give me the land or property, but I don't have money. But you have got business also, so I will tell, okay, I will do your business, all the accountancy purpose. I will do the business. You run the, I mean, I can run the business or I can keep the accounts properly. That is a service. Instead of money, you are taking his service. That is the concept. So here I would like to come again to the barter system. Actually, giving money, paper currency or check or whatever, that is what happening in today's world. Whereas in barter system, you are giving the equivalent prices. That means the from the earlier example, 1 kg of rice is equal to 12 bananas, because he is giving me 12 banana. In paper currency, it is different. It is easy to use. That is why paper currency is still there in our system. Barter system. Remember about that because sometimes it may come to your question paper. It is called barter system. BARTER. Barter system. In olden days, very old days. Now we will see real property. See, what is real property? It is real estate property. Same meaning, nothing else. Real property. Rights and interest in real estate, that we will see. Types of. Am I audible? Hello?
Yeah, yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Something has happened here in the say. Okay, then rights and interest in real estate, types of ownership, what kind of ownership, types of occupancy in real estate. These are all interconnected, especially in lease agreements. Here only, see, as far as practically speaking, we are much interested in lease properties, because lease properties are very difficult to value for others. So only a registered valuer can understand what is real lease agreements. Okay, because you are giving it is not that simple as we see. Lease agreements are simple. There are terms, how many years you are going to use it, is it renewable, all those kind of things will be in the. But without reading lease agreement, you cannot value a lease property. So most important thing is lease term. How many years, what is the premium, what is the rent, what is lessor's interest, what is lessee's interest, these kind of things will come. So we are much in case studies also we'll see these things, different types of leases, everything. So we'll go to next slide, move to the next slide. Peculiar characteristics of real estate are that is we have already see fixity. That is, it cannot be, the location cannot be changed. It's permanence of investment. In investment point of view also it is permanent, remaining unchanged. Then immobility, land cannot be moved in the if the market becomes better than another location, that we have seen. Durability, a building can last for decades or even centuries, and the land underneath it is practically indestructible. So durability here means durability of land. So because it should be remain forever, next generation also. So that is called durability. Then heterogeneity. What is heterogeneity and homogeneity? Homogeneity, heterogeneity means real estate market is divided into residential, commercial, individual, industrial. These are heterogenic, kind of things. That is called heterogeneity. Segments are heterogenic. It can also be further divided into subcategories like recreational, income generating, historical, etc. These are all separate categories, separate segments. So that means real estate properties is heterogenic. This may be a what do you call MCQ. Heterogeneity of the real estate property, because we are dividing it like no residential, commercial, industrial, then subdivides recreational, income generating, historical, etc. So this is called heterogeneity. Okay, and note it down. Now, yeah, very important one. Bundle of rights. As we see, property is a bundle of rights. What is that? Despite being physically non-transferable, the rights associated with real estate can be transferred. Either entire bundle of rights or leasehold or mortgage. This is the difference. Entire bundle of rights. What is that? You are selling your property. All the rights are given to other person. Sales deed, for example, or purchase deed. These are all entire bundle of rights you are providing to some other person, giving up all the rights. Now, next one is leasehold. That is why lease we are giving lease. I'll tell you one reason. See, the owner wants to keep the land. After maybe 20 years, he get it back. At the same time, that 20 years, he want to get some income from the property. In that case, he will give a lease. Okay, you take it for 20 years. After 20 years, you give me back land. You will say land back. That is called reversionary value of land. You are giving land only. If you are constructed a house, you demolish it and give me. In most cases, what happens after 20 years, that building is in good condition. If the building is in good condition, they will negotiate. Owner says, as per lease condition, you are going to give me vacant land, whereas there is a old building, you have to demolish it. That will cost you. So owner will say, why you want to demolish, and the demolition cost is yours. So give me the building also, so that he can rent it out or he can use for other purpose for that particular building in the lease. At the same time, the lessee also have some brain. He knows that if he gives the building him back to him, he will be get benefited. So they will share it. Usually, they will share the cost. I mean, building this thing. So that is called a leasehold. And mortgage generally use we come across in banks for loan purpose, everything. So there are these are the some features of valuation where we use these kind of techniques. So it is in techniques are different. If you are giving in sale proceedings, it is different. Leasehold, it is the procedure is different, and mortgage, the procedure is different. Mortgage is easy for you. A conveyance deed on appropriate stamp paper is drawn such a transfer. So these are all should be registered. So that is called conveyance deed in a appropriate stamp paper and all. So it is the transferred rights, privileges, encumbrances that dictate the market value of the real estate. We know that the whole thing will be depend on the privileges, encumbrances, all those things for the particular property. So important aspect is Neeraj Kapadia entered the waiting room. He is the last person, Mr. Neeraj. Okay, so these are mainly there are 2-3 factors in this slide. One is bundle of rights, as I explained. Second one is leasehold, how to value the leasehold. Of course, mortgage is there. It has to be valued by you. Sale deed has to be valued by you, for you. All these things. But most as far as IBB is concerned, the questions, case studies, everything is so far I have seen from lease hold agreements. So that we'll see in the case study. So that's it. So this is what is called this is the bundle of rights. This bundle of rights, right to possess, right to you break.
क्या हुआ क्या कह रहे हैं गाड़ी हमारे हट जाए हाँ, पता नहीं नहीं क्या होगा जब रिकॉर्डिंग करेगी?
Okay, kindly mute Mr. Neeraj. Kindly mute your microphone. Right to possess, right to
Stop
use.
हो जाएगी इसकी।
Hello, excuse me. You cannot talk. If you have doubt, you can ask me. Hello, please unmute your microphones and then you can talk each other in telephone or anything. Okay. Otherwise, the other participants' attention get diverted. Even mine also. The right to possesses is one of the bundle of right, and right to use, manage income from arriving income from the thing, right to the capital, security, instead. These are all rights. Even right to absence of term. If suppose somebody is telling that okay, include this term, no, it is my freehold property, my property, it is in my terms I will give you, not your terms. Okay, the kind of things. Then prohibition of harmful use. See, you cannot use a property for making some harmful things. Harmful means you know it. Even you cannot use it as a narcotic producing, you know, that kind of things, or another bomb making, anything, terrorist activities, all those things. Liability to execution, that example I have given. In case of lapse of repayment of debt, property is taken away from the owner, that is liability of execution. You have to execute. If it is mortgage, you have to execute it. Otherwise, the other person will take away your property, like bank. The incident of residuality, these two terms are a bit confusing. The incident, that is why I given the example. The incident of residuality means succession after the death of the owner. It is a incident, so it comes under succession act. After the death of the owner, who will be the possessor, who will be the next possessor of the land or property. So these are the, so now the principal types of interest in real estate, these are all you can read, and uh, nothing special in this slide. Freehold interest is there. As I said, leasehold properties are there. Leasehold interest, leasehold interest is divided into two. I will tell you some main point. That is lesser's interest and lessee's interest. And don't think that lesser's interest plus lessee's interest is equal to property value. No, there is no such things. It may or may not be. But lesser's interest means owner's interest. Lessee's interest means tenant's interest. If you add together, you won't get value of the property. That is different thing. Then co-ownership. Co-ownership means there are more owners for a particular property. That is called co-ownership. Then easement right, you will learn next few classes. Then TDR rights also. TDR rights means transfer development property. That also comes under, I think, land acquisition, that you will learn. So these are principal types of interest in real estate. But the last point I have already mentioned, rights under adverse possession, a legal principle under Limitation Act. It is legal action. Even adverse possession is, please remember, it's legal, legally allowed. A legal principle, it is a principle under Limitation Act 1963. That means somebody is living in your property for 12 years and 30 years for government on property claim duration. You can claim the property in such cases. I explained it already. Then types of occupancy in real estate. Tenancy in India is governed by various rent control legislation, and the rent control legislation is a state act. It is a state subject. Even though now recently that date you have to remember. Sometimes I am expecting this question from the last 2-3 question papers. Model Tenancy Act is passed recently, 4th July 2021. 4th July 2021. Model Tenancy Act. The state may can accept it or may not implement it. Depends on, because it is a state subject. but it gives landlords and tenants equal rights. Because in earlier times, there are two factors affecting tenants rent control. Because of Rent Control Act, there are two drawbacks for landlords. One is eviction is not possible. Eviction means you cannot tell him to vacate the property like another like lease property or any other property, licensed property. The second one is freezing of rent. What is freezing of rent? It's a word only, don't worry about it. Freezing of rent means if you are giving 300 rupees in 50 years ago, still you are paying 50,000, 300, right? If you go to the court, the owner go to the court may say, okay, we will fix a standard rent. Standard rent is always, it is legal rent, no, fixed by court. It is very low. The court may say, okay, you increase 30%. That what you will get? 300 into 30 by 100. 390 maybe you will get, or 330 you maybe get. Whatever. It is very less. Whereas now the market trend is maybe 20,000. Whereas he is getting only 4,000 from 50 years, now also 4,400. No use. So freezing of rent, that is called freezing of rent. Rent Control Act, this is the issue. So model, now it has, Parliament has already passed this bill, Model Tenancy Act. That is in last 2 months before. So there are some good clauses also. A state may adopt that, your state or my state, wherever. Then we will see what is license. License is very simple. Grantor of license is called licensor, and the acceptor is licensee. So if you have a property, you can give the license. License means only to give, you are not transferring any right. As you know, property is a bundle of rights. No rights are transferred. Property is still yours. You are giving license to the party use the premises for business or running a hotel or whatever he want. But that should be written clearly, the purpose of the license. That is called a license. It's an important part as far as practical life is concerned. I am telling practical life. In practically, there are so many cases under now in the court of using the word rent. You never use the word rent there. It is license fees. It is only a license fee we are accepting, not rent, monthly rent or anything. So please take care of that. Now comes a bit, mathematical problems, but like annuities, capitalization, rate of capitalization, years purchase. These are all new words to you. Years purchase, a constant term. 100 by yield is equal to years purchase. This will be covered. Sinking fund. What is a sinking fund? Sinking fund, actually, the concept has come from, suppose you spend 60 lakhs today to buy a flat. After 60 years, I should get back my 60 lakhs. So you will keep a fund every year so that inflation is not considered. After 60 years, you will get only the 60 whatever money spent you today. That is called sinking fund. Instead of, in some residential association, they collect maintenance fee, no? Like that, if you want, you can pay for sinking fund also. After the life of the building, you will get the money back. Inflation is not considered. Again, I'm repeating, it's a concept only. Inflation is not taken into account. You will get the same amount. Then comes redemption of capital. That is, you are getting back the capital. Reversionary value. Reversionary value means generally used in lease agreements. Reversionary value of land. You are getting back your land after the lease period. After 10 years or 20 years, you will get the land back. That is called reversionary value or reversionary, that you have to calculate. Very easy to calculate once you are thorough with the basics. of that equations compounding. It starts from the equation of compound interest of fixed deposit. We see what is annuity, what is a capitalization, rate of capitalization. Without knowing the equations, it is a bit difficult to understand. Annuity is defined as a fixed income over a period of time from investing a large amount and receiving a series of small payment over time. That is called annuity. You are defined as a fixed income. You are getting a fixed income over a period of time from investing a large amount and receiving a series of small this pension schemes and all. You are investing the amount and you are getting the rest of the life. You will get small payments over time. That is called annuity. What is capitalization? That is conversion of a regular income to an equivalent capital value. That is called capitalization. Income is capitalized. That is capitalization. Rate of capitalization is a percentage. Rate means percentage. So in is the return represented by the income produced by an investment. So in investment value, we have seen one portion where investment value is given. So that is called rate of capitalization. Is the return represented by the income produced by an investment expressed as a percentage. Don't worry about these things. Okay. Once you are some illustrations I have given. When you go through the illustration as well as the mathematical table, you will understand all these things. Otherwise, it is very difficult to understand. Year's purchase. What is year's purchase? Year's purchase is the capital sum to be invested in order to use a net annual income as an annuity of rupee 1. Always we calculate for rupee 1. Why? If it is rupee 1, you can calculate for rupee 1 million or 10,000 or 1 lakh or billion rupees. Multiplying, just multiply it. It's a constant. When you multiply with that particular constant using the formula, you will get any amount you can convert. So that is why in this case, all the equation is for 1 rupee only. Rupees 1 rupee. If you are calculating in rupee. Okay, some valuation report especially asks for currency of the currency used. INR, Indian rupees, it is called INR because it may be some part of your property may be in Dubai. So there is another currency, maybe in European country. Businesses are like that, no, in future. So in valuation report, you should mention the currency. So rupees 1. Here it is rupees 1. We are calculating for the purpose of calculation of year's purchase. Very simple equation, C by N. C is the capital value, N is the net income per annum of property. Next thing you have to remember is income is always considered in per annum, per year. You have to go convert everything to year. Suppose you are paying municipality tax for 6 months together. So multiplied by 2. That will give you per annum. Suppose you are paying some other insurance 4 months or 3 months. If it is 3 months, you multiply it by 4. You will get 1 year. Everything should be converted to annum per year only. No question paper, these mistakes happens. If it is given 6 months or 2 months or 3 months, everything you convert into the outgoings. Whatever the outgoings or income, you have to convert everything into per year. Okay. Otherwise, there is no confusion in this case. Year's purchase is equal to capital value divided by net income per annum of the property. Don't give much importance to this because another equations are coming. Same this one, how to calculate and all in practical way. So this is annual sinking fund. We'll see later. I have explained what is a sinking fund. Annual sinking fund is an account that is used to deposit, save money to claim capital invested at the given rate of interest. That will be always less than rate of interest. because this is a small amount we keep for the to get back our capital or recoup our capital in future. That is called annual sinking fund. Now, rate of redemption of capital, that is also same as rate of interest. So adopted to earn the capital invested in types of property where income would terminate after some years, especially in leasehold properties. That is called rate of redemption. These are all confusing words. You don't worry about it. Reversionary value. Already we explained it. Amount of value which is obtained after a specified period. This will be you receive for land purpose. We are using this in lease agreements. Now, construction and use of valuation table. Yes, this is very important. This is valuation tables. I think this is the equations. We'll see. Okay, let's start from this one. Or shall we take a break? It's 10:45. What is it? I need a coffee. Okay.
Okay.
As we agreed, there are 10 minutes break. Don't log off.
Okay, okay.
Okay, we'll sharp after 10 minutes. We'll come here. So I hope all are refreshed at least for 10 minutes. Okay, can we start?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sure, sir.
Okay, so the first one is amount of rupees 1. This is simply compound interest. This is the starting point of this mathematical. 6 mathematical equations are there, out of which 5th and 6th is used in valuation, and of course the other 4 is for other calculation purpose in between. Final value will be arrived at 5th and 6th. So first one, it is very easy. This is our fixed deposit calculation in banks. We know what is a simple interest. So what is a simple interest? We studied in high school classes, PNR by 100. So instead of that, in compound interest also we have studied. Compound interest is 1 plus n raised to 1 plus I raised to n. Here I is the rate of interest, n is the number of the years. So suppose you put, you can see, I will advise you to have a paper, piece of paper and a calculator. Simple problem you calculate now itself, so that so those who are past earlier, very before 1990 or 90, even 2000, not familiar with calculators now, scientific. So I learned it from my daughter only, the new scientific calculators. So 1 plus I raised to n. So 1 plus I raised to n means n is the number of years. If you suppose you put 1 lakh rupees today, after n years, suppose you take 20 years for 8 percentage. So what you will get? 1 plus 0.08. It should be converted to 8 percentage, 8 by 100. That is 0.08. So 1.08 raised to 20. That will be the amount you will receive after 20 years. Mr. Neeraj, can you unmute?
Hello.
Can you unmute? Okay. Yeah, thank you. So that is you are going to get 1.08 1 plus 0.08 raised to n. That means 1 plus 0.08. 1.08 raised to 20. You can calculate now. You will get the result for 1 rupee. So here we have 8%, I assume, raised to 1.08 raised to 20 years. So my constant is 4.6609. Always take 4 digits, decimal places. Always take 4 decimal places. 4.6609. That is for 1 rupee. So for 1 lakh, how much I will get? You multiply it with 1 lakh. So I will get 4,66,000 compound interest. This is the basic. All the equations are based upon this equation. It is clear, no? So we'll move on. Okay, before that an illustration is given. It is easier for you to understand. Mr. Saurabh has invested an amount of rupees 2C in purchasing a land, taking a loan of 10% compound interest from a bank. What amount will he have to repay to the bank after 5 years when he finds the purchaser of his land? Here he has taken loan for the rate of 10%. Now we have to find after 5 years what will be the payment. So here I is equal to 10 by 100, that is 0.1. N is 5 years, it is given. So the amount which is his loan is accumulated, so that is 2C into multiplied by the formula. That will give you, that's why I told you just use your calculators for simple calculations. For long calculations, you do it as your home comfort. But here in the class, try to calculate so that you will be familiar with calculation and calculators. So that will be 3C 3.22C, exactly 3.221C. Okay.
Sir, please
So
share question, sir. Please share question. One thing.
कौन सा sir?
Question, just
Question.
get questions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So after 5 years, his loan amount will be 3.221. So that is the equation we are using for compound interest. Now, next one, present value of rupees 1. That is, in future, you are converting the future to the present. Then in that case, the equation will be the reciprocal of the compound interest. All are reciprocals. Now you can see most of the equations are reciprocal of the previous equation. So rupees 1 invested today accumulates to 1 plus I at the end of 1 year, and rupees 1 invested today accumulates to 1 plus I raised to n, as we see at the end of years. Present value of 1 rupee, that is, you are given the 3.221, the last question. No, it is given 3 crore 22,000 or 3 lakhs 22,000. What is that? Yeah, 3.221C. It is given. So you have to convert reverse. So that will be the here it is reciprocal of 1 by 1 plus I raised to n. As mathematicians, you should understand, engineers. This is just reciprocal. So we'll see the another question. Illustration, it will be clear. Mr. Patel, a developer, plans to develop a large area of land and estimates the residual value of the site to be how much? 1C. 1C. But the site will be handed over to him only after 2 years. What is the present value of the site considering the interest rate of 12%? So residual value of rupees 1C, but it will be paid after 2 years. So the same thing you have to apply here. Present value of 1 is 1 by 1 plus I raised to n. Here n is 2 years because he is paying 2 years after 2 years. Then interest rate is 12%, that is 0.12. Therefore, the present value is 1 by 1 plus 0.12 raised to 2 into multiplied by 1C. That will give you 0.7971. That is a constant. 4 digit, always write 4 digit. Multiplied by your 1C. That will give you 79 lakhs 71,000. So the present value is 79 lakhs 71,000. Because it is future values given, you are converting this one into present value. Okay. Question is bit twisted, that's all. Now, third one, amount of rupees per annum. Amount of rupees 1 per annum. That means you are depositing rupees 1 in every year, end of the every year. That is, sometimes we call it recurring deposit, right? In some schemes, in bank or post office schemes, you will deposit small amount, 1,000, 10,000, 5,000, or even 1 lakh every year. In that case, what happens? The other one is you are investing only once. Here, you are investing every year. So to find out the compound rate of the interest and final value, you use this equation. Rupees 1 per annum is equal to 1 plus I raised to n minus 1 whole divided by interest rate I. So you are dividing the whole numerator to denominator by I. So we will see if any problem is there. That is different. Okay, so problems we will see later. Try to by heart this formula: 1 plus I raised to n minus 1 the whole divided by I. This is for recurring. You are depositing every year. Whatever you get a constant, a figure, that you should multiply it with the amount which you are depositing. That will give you the rate after particular year, n years, after n years. Okay. Now, annual sinking fund, it is just reverse, because future value, you are getting future. See, if you are investing something for future value, you know, then you are converting into annual sinking fund. This table indicates the amount which is to be deposited annually at the end of each year for a number of years to be accumulated to rupees 1 at a rate of compound interest. That is, the amount of annual sinking fund is equal to I by 1 plus I raised to n minus 1. That is reciprocal of this equation, previous equation. Just reciprocate it. These are all very important equations. Annual sinking fund. It is used for depreciation calculation in lease agreements. Annual sinking fund is actually a depreciation method. So this is an important formula: I by 1 plus I raised to n minus 1. This is for depreciation. We will learn about depreciation in cost approach, then income approach also. So this is the amount of sinking fund, I by 1 plus I raised to n minus 1. Now comes this next equations are for final values. There are two types of rate. One is single rate. The other one is dual rate. Sinking rate contains only rate of interest, whereas dual rate consists of annual sinking fund also. Only difference, it is considered annual sinking. We will see first what is single rate. Single rate is nothing but 1 minus 1 by I raised to n. You know what is 1 plus divided by 1 plus I raised to n. We learned that it is reciprocal of compound interest. That is rupees 1 for present. So that is deducted from 1 and divided it by I, rate of interest. Okay. So please take care of these equations. This can be derived also. It's it is out of scope in this particular timing. So just remember that you can refer some books and you will get the derivation, or you can derive yourself. So present value of one rate per annum is 1 minus 1 plus 1 divided by 1 plus I raised to n upon I. This is the present value of rupees 1. That is the income of rupees 1 to be received at the end of each year at compound rate. Okay. Now comes there is a problem illustration. Okay, we'll see. What is the present value of a net income of 5 lakh per annum for 10 years at 9% interest? Read the question. What is the present value? Here percentage is given, rate is given, everything is available. Net income is available. Net income. Okay. So you go that a particular equation, you will find the constant as 6.4176. So just multiply it with 5 lakh will give you the result. That is present value. Present value is 32 lakhs. Because he has deposited 5 lakh for 10 years with a 9% interest. That is the equation for present value in single rate method. Now we will see dual rate method. There is nothing, no difference at all. Only thing is you have to find out sinking fund, that formula. Don't apply directly. So as a note, you can read this. In order to make leasehold income comparable to a freehold income, an amount is set aside from leasehold income. See, we are giving our land. So lesser needs that whatever capital he has invested, he need, one is his rate of interest, capital appreciation. That is called rate of increase. Many words are used. In short, it is capital enhancement, or whatever he invested, he expects some return. That is different. That is one I. That is represented by I. Whereas he will consider the sinking fund also. Why? It is freehold. It was freehold. Now the amount leasehold income annually accumulated at the rate of interest to the capital amount of being equal to value of the leasehold interest. And end of the leasehold, he should get back his investment also. Not only the interest. Same as in sinking fund what we have done. So that should be taken into account in this case. I will give you a tip in for IBB exam. IBB exam, it will be given as YP at the rate of 6% and 2%. There will be 2 percentages. Whenever you see such a questions, you will use this equation. Next slide, the equation is there. That is 2% means dual rate. It is rate is 2 rates are there. Dual rate means 2 rates. So this is accumulated rate of interest. There are so many names for sinking fund and rate of interest and all that we'll see later. So for time being, we will go to the equation. In the first look, it will look so simple. Present value of rupees 1 for any year's dual rate. I is V is equal to 1 by I plus S. I is investment rate I. You know, it is directly you can apply 6%. If it is 6%, you apply 0.06 plus S 2%. Don't write 0.02 here. We are making mistake. You have to go to sinking fund rate method. This one, I by, you substitute there and find the value. Okay, or substitute. Okay, this is the sinking fund. Substitute here 0.02 by 1 plus 0.02. Here instead of I, you can write S also. Here it is used as no. See, 1 plus I raised to n 6.7. This is not this question. Sorry. 1 by I plus S, or you can denote it by R. You can denote another word better. Otherwise, see this as I used because sinking fund. You have to take you back to the sinking fund. Now onwards, you can write I plus capital R or I plus whatever you require. But only thing is, don't write it directly 0.02 if it is given. Use that particular formula and
Do we have, sir, do we have this examples of these questions?
yes, very well.
So can we have that?
Okay, if it is there, next slide, it is there. I will give you. Otherwise, I have to take the income approach, income approach method. There are so many questions are coming, even in case studies also.
I want in PDF form or something. Can we have that?
I didn't get your question.
I
PDF
want
format?
these after the class is over. Can you share? Can you share some PDF of this?
Let me check. Okay, I will check because I have already prepared PPTs presentation.
PPT is also fine for us.
PPT is there. All the PPTs will be shared. All the PPTs. Okay.
Okay.
It is sufficient for you now to go through this, and there are some reference book if you want. I can give you. Like there are R.K. Gandhi's book, Income Approach. Then Shyamadatta Saab. I will give you all the names and his contact numbers and all. You go through it and you'll find it is very simply in the simple form they are written, understandable. You go through that, you will get more idea.
Okay, okay, okay.
Okay, this is MEP mandatory class we are taking as per IBBA law. Okay, rule. Okay, as you said, there is a problem there. We will see whether we are using dual rate or single rate. This is to find the lessee's interest. Okay, what is lessee? Owner is lessor and tenant is lessee. A lessee took on lease on house for 30 years, an exclusive rent of, here it is directly given, 10,000 per annum. 15 years back. The property is worth 35,000 per annum, exclusive of all outgoings today. What is the value of lessee's interest? The question is very simple. So here 30 years before he has taken for 10,000 now, but still he is paying that the same amount after see half of the lease period is over. 30 years is the exclusive rent for 10,000. Now 35,000 is the real rent, that particular property. Now we have to find out what is the lessee's interest. So here okay, sorry, I will write in the question itself. Okay, 1 minute. I forgot to write this one. Otherwise, you will ask why you are now telling to write here. This will be given in the question. Okay, YP at the rate of 7.5 and 2.5% for 15 years. That means years purchase. That I told you another new word, years purchase. So here 2 percentages are given, 7.5 and 2.5. So you should use dual rate method, not single rate. So we'll see how the question goes. See the gross rental value, that is now 35,000 per annum. Now, what is the outgoing for lessee? Rent. He has to pay the rent to the owner. That is an outgoing for lessee. So 10,000 he has to deduct from that. Then only you will get net profit income. His net profit. Because here we are considering only the profit of land or whatever the property, not a factory or anything. A simple one. So YP at the rate of the intention is to how we use this one, 7.5 and 2.5% for 15 years. So because the 15 years is already over, now the remaining period is 15 years. So please calculate this and find whether you are getting 7.5176. You use the formula 1 divided by I use S. Okay, this is the formula for dual rate. So you can directly apply 0.075, whereas 2.5 you have to apply that formula which we have seen here, this slide. This is the sinking fund formula. You apply that 0.025 here, 0.025 here, n is equal to 15. So you will get, adding together, you add together and take reciprocal 1 by I plus S. So you will get 6.5176. So value is, multiply this 25,000 net profit into 7.5176. That will give you value of lessee's interest as 1,91,175. Therefore, value of lessee's interest is equal to 1,91,175. So these are all illustration purpose only. We will have detailed questions and answers, because that is in case study. If it comes, there will be 8 questions. 8 or 6 plus 12. It's new
How it can
syllabus.
be termed, sir? How it can be termed as interest? Actually, this amount
Yes,
is
yes. I will tell you. This interest means there are two types of not bank interest, or the word that is this particular word is used as lesser's interest and lessee's interest. As I told you, lesser's interest plus lessee's interest is not value of the property. This is lessee's what you call value for that particular property. We use the word in lease agreement as interest, that particular amount
okay,
as
it's not a
interest,
bank
nothing to
interest.
do bank interest or anything. It is interest of the lessee, means not a percentage, but the value which he has, the rights he have
Same.
in amount. Yes, that's all.
Okay, okay, okay.
I know this question, this confusion is, generally asked by so many people. I forgot to tell you. So here in the question, there are YP 7.5 and 2.5. Whenever 2 percentages are given, you just remember dual rate. You will get the answer 1 by I plus S. So S is the calculation which you need to. I advise you to go through those calculations better. Okay. So that you will be familiar, you can calculate. Here it's I give you time also. You want to calculate. Okay. Maybe I am the master of making mistakes. So my calculation may be wrong. I'm not sure.
Sir, another question is that why this interest should be calculated?
Okay. This is for lease properties. As I told you, most of the people commit mistake here. When lease agreement comes, most of the valuers have failed to understand this concept. This is how we calculate lease agreements, because there are so many conflicts afterwards. There are so many lease agreements or leased properties are in court. So especially in court, you have to justify how you arrived. So many people, many valuers in at present are not familiar with this kind of calculation. So better, it is the most important and bit hardest portion in the studies. Market approach, cost approach, everything is easy. Whereas this concept, you may have so many doubts. So when to use what formula? This kind, some questions are so confusing. You will you won't get the right But now you asked what is lessee's interest. Good question. That is nothing to do with any interest rate. So such kind of observations, such kind of learning part, then only you will fully understand how to value a lease agreement. We are all valuers, so we have to value lease agreements. Many cases will come to you.
No,
So
actually,
without knowing this,
it is not clear, sir. It is not clear why it should be calculated. Because suppose if I am the
no, wait. Lesser's interest also will be calculated. Lessee's interest also will be calculated. Now,
but
value of the property also calculated, to be calculated. There are 8 questions. I told you there will be 8 or 4, 6. I don't know. First question 6 into 12, 12 6 questions in the first case study and 4 questions in the second case study. Out of these 6 questions, many questions will come. So if it is lessee's interest is one among them, you have to calculate separately. Lesser's interest will come, you have to calculate separately. Total value of the property, you have to calculate separately. These kind of questions are you can expect. Okay, so for illustration, this is an illustration only, illustration problem. So just to understand how to use the mathematical table, that's all. This may not come as it is, because I will tell you. you are not familiar with, nobody has asked, exclusive of all outgoings. What is exclusive and inclusive? You have to learn that one. Okay, without knowing exclusive and inclusive. Here, exclusive means lessee's outgoing is 0. Everything is paid by lesser. And inclusive means lessee has to pay everything. Make a note on it. See, some wordings very important in this one. I expected a question. Okay, anyway, exclusive of all outgoings means it is not lessee's outgoing, it is lesser will pay. Municipal tax, insurance, whatever other expenses, maintenance, repairs, everything comes under owner's responsibility. It depends on lease agreement terms. That is why from the beginning I am telling you, in order to value a leased property, you have to learn lease agreements. There will be 10 or 12 clauses. These 12 clauses you have to study very well. So if you see the word exclusive, then don't go to lessee's property and or lesser's property deduct it. You have to think about it. This is exclusive. Okay, the lesser will pay. Suppose it comes 10,000, you have to deduct 10,000 from here. You get a wrong answer. See, what is gross income? What is gross? We know it. The total. Net income means minus outgoing. Gross income minus outgoing will get you net. Right? So net income means, again I am repeating, gross income or gross value minus outgoings. So here outgoings are there, but in order to simplify the problem, I put the word exclusive. That means lesser has to pay, owner has to pay, so that the calculation sheet will be smaller. Otherwise, you have to mention everything, every taxes, every outgoings, every maintenance, every repairs, all those things. So here the word exclusive means it is owner's responsibility to pay. So it won't affect lessee's interest. Okay. Shall we move on?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now, this much is enough for which topic? Now we are dealing with valuation of real estate. Now, the same day we have to see Inca approach. In Inca approach, these kind of questions will be plenty of questions, plenty of illustrations. As you said, there are some. I think I have. If I have, I will definitely share with you all the materials available with me, case studies available with me. Meanwhile, you can also Google it and find it out. There are so many now already. It is in Google. Model question papers, case studies, and all. In YouTube, it is there. You get better questions. So go through that. In case studies, next week, I'm trying to get the latest question papers, so that if you get the latest question paper, what is the advantages? They will the case studies will be repeated. That particular suppose there are 10 questions, out of which they will select 3 or 4 questions. It will be repeated. Means rotated for a particular period of time. That's what my experience. So one question may come, second question also, it can be rotated latest. Then they won't there won't be any question from the past. Sometimes it depends on our luck. So after all, computer is doing the job. Now we will see what is urban infrastructure and its influence on value of real estate. So urban infrastructure and influence of on value of real estate. So these are all very simple thing. I don't want to explain it. Superior power facilities we already seen. the property which has uninterrupted power supply, that fetches more value, definitely. Now by then you might have understood these points. Market value will be increased if the power facility is more efficient when compared to areas having these are all common things. Market value increases with the availability of adequate power supply. That's all. These are the elements. Urban infrastructure and its influence on these are all infrastructures and how it is going to influence the value. Very simple: electricity, water, and road connectivity, etc. If there are good road connectivity network, you will get good market value. So we need not spend much time on this kind of things. It is by common sense, and you can learn it from PPT or any other kind of articles prepared by others. Okay, so you know it. The influence of what? Road infrastructure, yes. High rate of development is seen in cities, better network, road network. If road network is good, market value will be high. Better road facilities. If it is kacha pakka road, that's it. Difference. Okay, and connectivity also. If it is connected to main cities easily by 4 or 6 lane traffic, definitely those properties will get high value. Then a railway, of course, suburban railway system, if it is there near to your place. But I will tell you one difference of opinion has come up. What is that? If it is near to the railway station, as far as some senior values are concerned, or almost those who are, noise pollution will be there. So better to have a 1 or 2 kilometer away from the railway station. But here it says it's closer to the railway system. Then the pressure of increasing population, trouble-free communication through the railway increases the demand for spaces near the railway network. I'm not sure about it because I think at least 1 kilometer away there will be much demand. Near to the railway track, nobody prefers. First of all, there will be in future some expansion comes first. It will be affected to the closer to the railway network or railway track. So better you have a reasonable distance from the railway station. Hence, the property near to the railway station channels fetches better value compared to their counterparts. So here it is written that property which is near to railway channels fetches a better value compared to their counterparts. Okay, fine. Let us agree it. Okay, but in fact, a reasonable distance is preferable due to various reasons. Noise pollution and all. Railway track, you can't sleep even. Train going, horning, everything is noise pollution will be there, no, and even vibration. So so many factors are there. So keep it that in mind when practical valuation is done. While you are in a practical valuer, then these kind of things you have to see. You will see that it is a disturbance. So as far as noise pollution is concerned, traffic pollution is concerned. Okay. Then water infrastructure, it. When good potable water is available, so their property value will be better. So rainwater harvesting is one of the important factor in some area of particularly when you value a property, try to aware the people of importance of rainwater harvesting. What is rainwater harvesting? You are keeping the water in a harvestable, like well water recharging. We do well water recharging. That is, in terrace we are receiving so much rain. It is going to the river, simply running away from our resources. So we collect it, filter it, and put it inside the water tank. Open well. Wells are there, no? Even open well or bore well, you can put it inside it. so that you are doing a what you call. I'm personally speaking, I'm project director of rainwater harvesting in our district. So rainwater harvesting is one of the main thing you can give back to the nature, and it may not be beneficial to you. It may go to the others, your neighbor side. Don't worry about it. If your neighbor is aware of it, he will also see. If you are doing a rainwater harvesting or a well water recharging, you do it collectively in a neighborhood, then you will get very good result within 3 years. It is our experience. Our research has shown that if you are doing well water, even well water recharging, very easy to do. From your terrace, you take a plumb line and pass it through a cold metal and sand filter. Put it inside your well, open well or a bore well. Your groundwater depletion is already occurred. 5 meter in our state, 5 meter is down now. Groundwater. There are two groundwaters. One is confined, one is unconfined. This confined one is depleting. That is through borewell. Borewell reaches up to the confined portion, whereas well water also sometimes. So you have to give back the water to the earth. This is the principle. It will help your next generation. You have to give back your earth as it is to the next generation. We borrowed from them. Actually speaking, we borrowed the nature from them. We have a responsibility to give it back in a better condition, whereas we are doing reverse now as such. So rainwater harvesting is, whenever you see, you have to make aware of things like smaller things. This will cost you 5,000 minimum, maximum of 5,000 rupees for well water recharging. The whole cost, plumbing, labor, and etc. Filter is also very cheap. Do it and try to do, tell to do others also. So anyway, that is out of our this one. So that means when water infrastructure is good, market value will be improved. Then we will see some social factors which is affecting the market value. Social infrastructures like schools, that is called civil amenities. So social like schools, parks, playgrounds, structures of public safety, waste disposal plants, hospital, sports area. This, if it is in vicinity, this, I mean by vicinity is reasonable area, reasonable distance. If you have a good hospital, good school, good college, engineering college or medical college, the property value will increase, definitely increase. So that is the social infrastructure. This is example for, these are all example for social infrastructure. Maybe an MCQ also for your question paper. Okay, increased proximity to social infrastructure increase the value of real estate, definitely. So that is another factor influencing market value. Now, then India government has some policies are declared for urban development. Go through in detail in Google or anywhere, you will get it. Our housing policy, Jawaharlal Nehru National Urban and Renewal Mission, Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, launched in 2nd October 2014. Atal Mission for Rejuvenation of and Urban Transformation, 25th July 2015. Smart Cities Mission, National Heritage City Development. So many yojanas are there. You can go through it and be aware of things, what is happening around you. That's all I want to say about these things. No, we need not go in detail of these things, but government policies you should know. What are the policies? What are the yojanas they declared? And implementation point of view also you can check, cross check. Okay. Now, real estate market and its characteristics. Investment in real estate. Factors influencing demand and supply schedule in real estate. So first point is real estate market and its characteristics. Let us see. What are the characteristics? It is divided into 3 levels. One is local level, other is national level, the other one is international level. These are the three subcategories of real estate, locally, in our vicinity, in our place, in our geographical location. That is local. National means national market. International means universal market. So there are three subcategories. So the main issue of market approach is difficulty in getting real data. This is all over the world. This is happening, not only in India. There is no centralized system. No centralized. If the centralized system is not there, information will be restricted. You won't get much information from to compare the properties. This absence of transparency is in communication is a unique characteristic of real estate scene worldwide. So this transparency is not there. Why? You know it. Because of other factors like parallel economy. Nobody wants to reveal how much really worth or real transaction price. So sometimes that's why say market approach fails sometimes. But we as human beings, we know even if corona is there, we will overcome. Now some people say artificial intelligence is going to come or take over the place and 40% of the job will be lost within 10 years. 40% of jobs. So we will see if we have faced industrial revolutions. We have faced so many, even in computers. When computer has become a common thing in India, before that people used to say job loss. Now nothing happened. Job is increased. So human brain has such a human character to overcome a situation is terrific. We can't imagine it now how they are going to overcome this 40% of job loss with artificial intelligence and all. We'll see. Wait and see. So here the absence of transparency is but we are trying all the countries together. Trying to all the countries are trying to get the guideline value or real purchase value. Then they will tabulate it. Drone surveys started, I think, land surveys. So probably within 2-3 years we will get in our desktop all the information you need, particular area, how much price it has sold, all those things. You need not go to sub-registrar office. They won't give you any rate at all. So they don't have time. So you have to, as you know, how to get it. There are two methods. One I can openly tell you, right to information. That will take 1 month. If you give a letter for as a right to information, they should reply within 1 month only. So that much time you cannot wait for a bank or a company valuation. So right to information is a good tool, but it is time consuming. Then the other option, what is that? You have to go out of way. So these are the two options available now in front of us from the sub registrar's office or any other office. So when it comes in your fingertips, it's okay. So government of India started some process. We'll see how far it will go within these years. Now there is a true that it is true to say that it is in a sleepy mood, real estate market. Why? Suppose you have a demand now. If you have demand now for a cloth, particular cloth, you can manufacture double. That means you can enhance the product. Productivity. People can, manufacturers can. But at the same time, real estate, it takes time to build, construct an apartment, 2-3 years. By that time, the demand will go. So these are the some of this point is very important. Real estate is sometimes said to be lethargic because of this issue. It cannot be immediately increase the response to demand. It will take time now to construct a building, 2-3 years. So that is the one of the drawback. That's why real estate market is said to be lethargic. Lethargic means sleepy type or whatever. It is not actively, you can say, to supply according to the demand. It is very difficult. What is this? Investment in real estate, management aspect, legal aspect, liquidity, size of investment, lack of. These are all parameters which influences this thing. Let us see one by one. Investment in real estate. This is already seen. Investor management aspect. I will explain one by one. Investment in real estate. If that is now, what is the advantage of investing every time in there for a medium term, say 5 to 10 years? Investment in real estate is profitable if you are investing in not for self occupation, as a business. If you are doing, because within this time period you can get a good return by selling the property. After certain period, depreciation will come for the building. You can within 5 or 10 years, if you can sell a property, it's a good investment point of view, good return, rate of return is good. Then management aspect. What is management aspect? Nowadays builders stop building real estate for rental purpose. Why? Because of Rental Control Act. Before, in India, builders never sold the properties, they give the rent only. It is profitable for them, but because of then only afterwards they realized eviction is very difficult. Even the building is collapsed, the previous tenant will get the new one if he construct. First preference to the previous owner, tenant. So these kind of things are there. So management aspect means, suppose you are renting a property for a particular company, then management, you have to manage only a single party. Whereas if there is 140, 200, 300, 500 flats are there in an apartment, each occupied by different persons. So you have to deal with all these people. So you need a manager maybe for everything. Not only maybe RW, Residential Welfare Association cannot handle this. So they used to appoint a manager for looking after all these things. Repairs, complaints are permanent. There will be permanent, continuous flow of complaints. Plumbing, my plumbing is not ready. My toilet, it is not working. Flush not working. This thing, that thing. So that is called management aspect. So it's outgoing. Then legal aspect we are seeing, like zoning purpose, zoning, this thing, title defects, all those things. Then liquidity aspect is very low for real estate, because not like cash. The cash any time you can withdraw, and it is currency has got the 100% liquidity, whereas real estate liquidity you have to wait at least 2-3 to maybe 1 year to get the market value, at least what you have spent, and plus profit. So maybe it will take more. So liquidity is very low. Even gold has got more liquidity than real estate. If you sell it, you can immediately get some money, but actually it is a loss. That is so another part of the story, because you will get gold ornaments. No, they will deduct so many things. So but in the even though it has got liquidity. Now size of investment. What is size of investment? See, suppose you are investing in stock exchange, you may need only 1 lakh. You can do it a fairly good job with if you are very good in stocks. So there are people I have seen. I am not in stocks, but I have seen so many of my friends making money in stock exchange, and they are losing also. I don't know. Finally, they are in losers or winner side. Anyway, size of investment is low, whereas in real estate you have to spend lakhs. So size of the investment is more in real estate. Then finally, lack of central market. As we know, There is no central market for real estate value calculation or anything or market price. Nothing is justifiable. After RERA rules has come, there is some changes. Changes are seen now because as per RERA, you have to sell a property with the carpet area only. What is carpet area? Usable area. Before that, it was super built-up area. What is super built-up area? Common area is added proportionally. The common area like your staircase, veranda, clubhouse, all those things. Whatever you have the common facility, that area will be added to the your flat accordingly to the size, proportion to the size. So nobody can question the builder
Excuse me, sir.
how the super built-up area is calculated, but we should know. Tell me, sir.
Yes, sir. In carpet area, common area is not coming.
No, sir. Usable area only.
Which area, sir?
Usable. You can use wherever you can use, that is carpet area. As per RERA rules, open balcony is not included.
Open balcony or common area, sir?
No, even common area. Common area is not at all involved in carpet
Sir, I would
area.
like to explain.
If you are a RERA expert, you can say.
Yeah. So carpet area is like bedroom, kitchen, hall, dining area.
Yes.
That is all. Little
No,
is the
no, no.
land.
1 minute. Minus internal walls. There is no internal walls. They won't consider.
So as the name says, only the area where the carpet can be laid.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but in that case, as per RERA, internal walls are not considered.
Internals wall, just like
Agreed,
partition
agreed.
walls.
In our
they are
FSI
not
calculation, when we are submitting the drawing, we are taking 20%, right?
Right,
Those who
right,
are
sir.
familiar with submission drawings of buildings,
Yes,
plinth
sir.
area is calculated, then we generally deduct 20% for carpet area to get the carpet
Right,
area.
right.
Now, as per RERA, there are some exclusions. Shaft, inside shaft is excluded, inside balconies are excluded. The area is taken from the not exterior wall, interior wall, and internal walls are excluded. So many expressions are there. Go through that, you will find out. Whereas built-up area contains everything. Super built-up area contains common area plus carpet area, plinth area, everything. Built-up area plus common area. What happens? The builders cannot, you cannot question them actually. I mean, they won't have a clear-cut answer. So better carpet area, in my opinion, also, and they can charge for parking. If it is parking is different, I mean enclosed area, then they can charge it also. Otherwise, carpet area need not be included. I mean, super built-up area is not an engineering word actually. It is coined by a builders association. Super built-up area is nothing to do with engineering. We never calculate it. Okay, any other doubt?
Sir,
No, sir.
you
No,
said
sir.
in plinth area 20% we have to subtract. It is
Plinth
the
area is different, sir. Plinth area is each flat is different.
Sir, as per IS 3861 2002,
That is measurement of plinth area. IS 3820 2012.
3861.
Okay.
Sir, there is a assumption of kitchen also for carpet area.
Yes.
Means
Here RERA
kitchen
also
will
accepts.
be not included in carpet area.
Yes, exactly. Our previous concept about the carpet area is different. RERA's carpet area, real estate regulatory carpet area is different. That's what I am trying to say.
RERA authorities are,
RERA is it is considered. Kitchen is considered.
kitchen is considered in RERA.
Yes. Even toilets are considered. Carpet area. Toilets are considered.
I don't
Actually,
think.
carpet area is usable area, but toilets we are using. Carpet we are not putting carpet in the toilet, but in carpet area, toilets are included. Okay, so these are the about certain points related to real estate. Then some factors influencing demand in real estate. That also we should know. What are the factors? This is economical factors. Okay, as we see, population change, like a revision I am telling, economic growth, accessibility is a what do you call demand. It influences the demand, accessibility, good roads, inflation that is in a higher level,
Sir,
change in taste.
do we consider the depreciation of the building also while we evaluate the?
Definitely.
So how it
That
is
depends
calculated?
on purpose of valuation. First, you tell me what is the purpose of valuation. So, if it is for mortgage, you
Hmm.
have to depreciate.
No. Mortgage is a different thing. Suppose my building is about 10 years old. So shall I depreciate my building for 10 years like this insurance is done for car?
Yes, definitely. Depreciation is there everywhere.
Okay. So
Except in some cases,
how it
I
is
will tell you
calculated?
where are the exceptions. I will tell you.
Hmm.
See, if you are calculating cost of construction, it is exempted. If you are calculate even in capital gain calculation, depreciation is available, allowable for immovable properties. Depreciation is everywhere. That is physical wear and tear. Depreciation is due to age, that is physical wear and tear. Wherever age is, say 10 years, as you said, you have to depreciate. There are so many methods. But generally, we use straight line method or declining balance method. You know, straight line, we'll see that in cost approach in detail. What is depreciation? Okay.
Okay.
And
Okay.
I will give you a tip now. Anyway, you asked in IBB question paper, depreciation. What is the depreciation value? What is the? Sometimes they will ask, what is the depreciated value? This will confuse you at the time, because if you are not read carefully, depreciation value is percentage depreciated. Then again you deduct it from replacement cost only, you will get depreciated value. That is the market value now. Depreciated. Depreciation value and depreciated value is different. So this is one of the confusing thing, or not confusing. We are not reading the question properly. Depreciation value and depreciated value is different. Two different terms. Okay, that we will see in cost approach. Okay, now we will see factors influencing supply. So this also an economical thing. Property development being a time consuming. The supply of land, as I told you, landed property cannot be increased suddenly. Landed property, again I am repeating, land plus structure. Due to the demand being high and supply being unaffected, prices rise harshly. See, you got demand, but supply is sleeping, unaffected. So why? The same reason, land property takes time consuming, no? So prices will rise definitely. So because why real estate prices are getting increased, one of the reason is this one. You cannot supply it immediately. So whatever available properties, they will increase the price and give you. Suppliers could be forced to sell properties at lower prices due to fall in property price to avoid additional losses. See, in some cases, now in Mumbai, I heard that there are 125 flats are vacant. They met ministry also, I think. So the advice was, you sell without any profit. Whatever you spend, okay, fine. Don't expect any profit now. Some cases, to avoid the loss, you have to sell it, forced to sell the properties. There are two. See, every real estate issues, there are two, sides of the coin. This is one which is giving. The first one gives deep increase, harsh. I mean, what is the word used? Price rise harshly. Price rise is very harsh, very, I mean, very much unexpectedly increased. So suppliers could be forced to sell some properties sometimes lower prices due to fall in price in property. because of avoid additional loss because of similar kind of situation. Or in recession period, you can say in a recession period you have to do that, where in inflation period it is different. The flow of fund in the property market is controlled due to limitation in capital investment. Thereby, supply of property will descend and prices will increase due to demand. This is also a factor which influences supply. We are looking at supply schedule. Okay, so these are the factors. Rent Restriction Act. This is another thing. This is really affecting real estate. May stand in the way of investment in property. For letting cause a shortage of supply, rental accommodation. Rental accommodation, nobody will give nowadays rental accommodation. Only licensed accommodation is preferable. You know the reason, no? Rent Control Act, I already told you. Difficult. Two factors. One is difficulty in evicting the tenant. Second one is freezing of rent. When it goes to the court, they will fix the standard rent. That is much below than market value. If a dispute comes between owner and this one, if court fixes the rent, that is called standard rent. That is called standard rent. When you hear this word standard rent, means it is fixed by the court.
No, but why court should fix a lower rate, lower rent rate there?
Because courts are, say, roti kapda or makan. This is his makan. You know, if you throw him out, he is in perivadi. He is in what you call nowhere to go. So a leniency, law lenient to the tenant only.
No, but why, at what cost? Or at the cost of the owner?
Yes,
Why-
that's
why it should happen?
unfortunately, it is like that. Owner has to suffer. That is why this one is come. Model Tenancy Act is introduced now. Model Tenancy Act introduced, I told you, no, last 2 months before. This says clearly owner also is protected, owner's right. Whereas in Rent Control Act, tenant's right is protected. This is the difference. Okay, sir? Supply of land may be reduced due to zoning restriction. So suppose the zoning restriction comes, you cannot build any real estate. The real estate includes even commercial properties also, but zoning like airport, nearby airport is there. You cannot go beyond 3 floor. You cannot utilize the FSI. What is FSI? Floor space index. So you cannot use all the FSI. So that will affect the real estate.
Yeah, we call
Now,
it FAR in North.
yeah, same thing, sir. Total plinth area
Yeah, it
divided
is
by
same,
plot
yeah.
area.
It is same, yes.
Same here, FAR or FSI. You
Yeah.
can say FAR floor area ratio or FSI floor space
Space
index.
Index, yes.
Yes, exactly. So we will see some of the concepts of the green building. So when you evaluate a green building, there are some agencies giving platinum, gold, and silver and all buildings, as you know. So green buildings, that is called green building. What is green building? The energy efficient building plus water, other parameters like water, it is used less. Lighting, natural lighting, all comes under green building evaluation.
Yes,
So
another aspect is that the building is constructed with the local material.
local material, exactly,
Yes.
with a sustainable local material
Yeah,
that can be recycled.
recycled or maybe it's local. We can like suppose stone is there. So in my area, if I'm using my area stone and I'm not borrowing from Italy or something, so
Yeah,
it will be
local
considered.
availability. It depends on local availability. That's right, sir. So it starts from site planning actually. Site planning, then water efficiency, energy and atmosphere, indoor air quality. Indoor air quality is far better in a green building. And one of the studies shows that our homes are more polluted than outside. More polluted than everybody's house. carpet or furniture or bed sheets, everything. So some study says now indoors are more affected by polluted materials. Even a spray, it will inside keep it in you are using room refresheners, suppose it is not good for your health actually in real terms. Room refreshener, room spray, whatever, or even pesticide, for cockroach, what is that name? Ugh, I remember, I forgot the name, that spray.
Baygon.
Huh?
You're talking about Baygon or
Bygone spray. Yes, exactly. Then comes some other, mosquito repellents, that coils, no? These are all harmful to your body health. So, inside air quality is now very much important, indoor air quality. Then, material and resources, as you said, rightly pointed out, it should be sustainable and locally available materials and resources, other resources also. Then operation and maintenance, this is important. Operation and maintenance cost is very much low in green buildings. So when you valuation process, this is not yet a common practice in India, but soon you are going to get within 2-3 years. Most of the traditional construction is going to be disappear because of national policy laws are there. We have a target for 2024, so much, at least in metro cities, they are planning to change all buildings to green. So there will be valuation assignments for green building. In that case, you have to consider operation and maintenance low. So accordingly, you have to value that, not like the traditional building. Now, as far as demand is concerned, it has got high demand now, but because companies are taking these green buildings as a prestige aspect, there to show their social commitment, prestige aspect, everything included. So many company, whenever a green building comes, it is sold out like anything. So that much demand is there for green buildings if it is properly planned and maintained. I'm stressing, some buildings I have seen it is green, not at all green. Only thing is a vertical gardening is there in every balcony. Vertical garden, no, you know it, vertical gardening, like that. It is not a green building, it is traditional construction with some vertical garden. Green building means, as he said, the materials should be sustainable, recycle, it can be recycled. Many other factors we have to consider. uh, how to use water efficient method, how to use, why energy is, how you are going to control the energy bill, because you need not have any lights at all in daytime or AC. I will tell you a recent development. Whitest white paint in the world is invented. Whitest white paint. What is the particularity of white paint? It reflects all the light. It won't allow any heat inside. So this particular one, 100%, it reflects the light towards outside. It won't come inside your room. So you have a pleasant atmosphere there. You need not use the AC every time, even humid or hot climate. So that is a recent development I've seen. White test of white paint. It is named as white test of white paint. Yes, some name, product name is given. I don't remember. So such inventions are continuously, especially in the materials. It is there for sustainable materials. So many materials are coming now, like insulating. It was before, it was there, but more improved versions are there already. Insulating the walls for not for the purpose of heat conductivity, reduced heat conductivity. Insulation materials are there. Then we are using aluminum instead of other traditional materials, glasses. hardened glasses are more efficient. So many things are there. So I hope we optimistically we hope for this kind of changes in India. We have to see this change in India because we are wasting so much money and effort for traditional construction. So while valuation of such buildings, you have to take from now onwards seriously green building valuation. I can show you an article written by me. I think some of the journal recently I published. I don't know whether it is here or not. There are two aspects I have pointed out. One is life cycle of the green buildings. You have to value that you should consider because reduce cost of operation and maintenance, not only physical things. We have to go for one step ahead. Like that only you can improve the valuation of the new types of construction. So you have to find out the way as an engineer and go ahead with the valuation. Nobody can question it. First of all, if you are doing genuine valuation and genuine methods, which is reasonably you can prove in anywhere, that is the best practice. If a court accept your argument means you got a Bharat Ratna in valuation. If an high court accept your valuation report, if there is a dispute and court feels that this man has done a wonderful job, that is a Bharat Ratna for you, Padma Vibhushan like, you know. So be innovative in these subjects. Try to be. You can. Being engineers, you can do that. Now, whole building approach for green. So, it's a repetition like the use of indigenous landscaping. Indigenous means local. Reduces maintenance. What is the benefits? Reduce maintenance, conserves groundwater. This is again comes. See how precious is water is. As somebody told, third world war will start for water, no doubt. There is a news that world war, if it occurs, it is for water. You know the experience in Cape Town. Cape Town was a flourishing and rich country. European settlement states was there. One fine morning, the water supply scheme completely exhausted. Why? Only one lake is available there. One fine morning, that lake is dried up. No water at all for that particular area, Cape Town. All foreigners left. Now it is most poorest place in the world. Nobody, no, nothing to eat, nothing. All the resources are exhausted. So Cape Town in Africa, you might have heard. So South Africa, it's one of the best place to live. Now it is nobody is there. Now, according to some people, some scientists says Bangalore is going to face acute water supply problem within 5 years or so. So we are all facing this threat. Don't worry, it will come to your doorstep now. So we have to take some interest in this kind of things: conservation of groundwater, wildlife habitat, then daylighting. Daylighting means reduces the energy acquired to power artificial lights. You don't need artificial lights in a green building. So that is saving in energy. Improves comfort and productivity. See, you are in a comfortable atmosphere you are working. I've seen so many buildings, not only in India. I was working in abroad also. So for a few 20-25 years. So there, if you go to the office, you feel like your oxygen supply is so much improved. Your lung capacity will be improved because that much comfort is there in working in such kind of atmosphere. So once your comfort level is high, your productivity automatically increases. So that is there. Then third thing is convenient access to public transportation. So green buildings are usually constructed in such a way that It is convenient to transport to the reduced parking space, and they have got their own parking arrangements. So these are the whole building approach of valuation. Then while you value the green building, take care of revenue. More customers are willing to pay premiums. Premiums are more. Why? As I said, it's a part of social commitment plus prestige. These issues are there. So revenue is more. Occupancy, higher occupancy rate. Now, once it is constructed, you need not wait for long period. Higher occupancy rate is there. And then operating expenses. What is operating expenses? Like utility bills, like water, electricity. These things are very low. Then risk. It is said that I'm not sure. Relatively more safe. Because it is lighter material, that is for sure. We are using lighter materials mostly, so the risk factor is less. Falling in the collapse, or in case of a collapse, in case of a part of collapse of ceiling, you won't hurt much. That's the risk part. Okay, so there is a rating system, as we have seen earlier. Green building rate measures environmental performance. It is called environmental performance. Beautiful wordings. Environmental performance of building through its life cycle. See how beautifully it has written. Environmental performance of a building through its life cycle. So that is the rating system is based on that. Criteria for rating consist of a set of specific parameters. Yes, they have got specific parameters, like from the site planning to the operating system. So they will mark it, and finally they will give some platinum. This is voluntary organization they are providing in India now. Criteria for rating consist of a set of parameters, specific parameters, like we are saying. Points are awarded with respect to benchmarks set for each criteria. So suppose water bill is 100 rupees only, whereas in a traditional building it is 1000 rupees. So benchmark 100 will be the benchmark for the this one. If the utility bill goes beyond that, they will give lesser mark, like that. So points are awarded with respect to the benchmark. To ensure an unbiased valuation, independent third-party valuation is because it always for valuation, as well as in some other area also. Like you might have heard independent engineers report. So that means we are independent to neither the client, dependent neither to the client or not to the other customer. So that is called independent engineers report. So such kind of things are. Similarly, third party evaluation is more preferable in such cases. No one can influence them. These evaluations are voluntary and have assisted in raising awareness regarding the importance of green buildings. That is for sure. Once you heard that particular building got a platinum rating, means everybody will visit at least and see the. I mean, those who are possible will visit that particular building, and what are the particularities, how they are managing it, all those things. They can study. They can in future they can plan build such buildings. So this is for green building rating system. Now I have put some sample questions. I think we'll go through that. Whether I don't know, I have all the answers with me. So you tell me the answers. How the market value of the property is determined in LAR? Okay, you are going to. I mean, these chapters are not covered. Topics are not covered to you, but I will give you an idea at least. Land Acquisition Act. And the LAR means Land Acquisition and Rehabilitation, 2013 Act, that is related to land acquisition. How it is determined, the market value? It is called 3 years average of guideline value. The answer is B. They will take, as I said, the district collector will take 3 years average of guideline value. What is the minimum period of second one? What is the minimum period of unutilized acquired property that you will learn again in land acquisition. I don't know how it come here. Anyway, you can say that it is 5 years, because if somebody acquired your land and not used for 5 years, they have to return it back. That is the rule. So what is the minimum period of unutilized acquired property? These are all MCQs, generally comes in papers. Now who can answer this one? For group housing, the density pattern of dwelling unit is taken as, what is density pattern means? In a particular flat, how many people we consider for, see, then only we can calculate parking space, we can calculate other some parameters, common area and other thing. So we consider how many persons in a flat. 4.5, 6, 3.5, 5. This is as per National Building Code. This question has come from National Building Code. You just type in the Google, you will get and keep a copy with you. I know that you have local building rules, but National Building Code also you have to be familiar with. It is there in Google, very easy. You can take a printout or a soft copy, and a new generation can read in their smartphones. We people take hard copies only. Still, we are in that period, to be frank. So,
Is it 4.5? Answer is
exactly,
4.5.
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That is evaluation. That is called elimination method. This answer can be only be possible by elimination method, because a wife, 2 children,
Sir,
then
do
an
you
extra
mean,
is added for visitors.
sir, do
So
you
for
means,
dwelling unit, sir,
Dwelling units.
habitat, your flat. Dwelling means human habitat, wherever
Means
you can stay, your
means
home.
one apartment. Means one apartment.
okay.
In one dwelling unit. So for generally for calculation purpose, 4.5% per DU means dwelling unit, DU.
But what is the answer of question number 2?
I told you, no, minimum period of 5 years.
I didn't get this actually answer question.
The answer
What
is not
this?
there, yes.
No,
That
answer is not there. But question I am not clear. What is the question actually? I didn't get
What
this.
is the minimum period for the unutilized? This is also from land acquisition. So I didn't give much importance to that question, because we are yet to go through it. Land acquisition laws. That is real estate.
What actually it is asking? This is not
Sir,
clear.
your land or property, landed property, land or landed property, or both. I will say landed property, land and or landed
What is the
property.
minimum period for the unutilized acquired
If
property?
after acquisition, it is not utilized by those who are acquired.
Okay.
So what is the minimum period of this acquired property to hold? That is the question. So 5 years. After 5 years, you have to return back. They have to return back to the original owner. 5 years.
Okay. Means if it is not utilized, we have to give it back to the
Yes,
previous
owner, previous owner.
Yeah. Okay.
So these are some questions.
Is this the rule? Is this the rule?
Yes, it is rule. It is Land Acquisition Act, not rule. It is as per LAR Act 2013.
Okay.
Land Acquisition, Rehabilitation and Reconciliation Act. Full form. LAR. We call it LAR. Land Acquisition, Rehabilitation and Reconciliation Act of 2013. This is as per this. First 2 questions are from that one only. Land acquisition portion. And thank you so much, sir. I'll request you to say any doubt, please. I am also happy. I will learn more if you ask something, some questions, and you can use my WhatsApp number is given. Anytime you can contact me. Now we are going to see frequently for tomorrow also and next week also. So please, if you have any questions, I can clarify things. Even if I don't know, I can approach some knowledgeable person and get the answer.
So are you a practitioner, valuer, sir? There in Thrissur?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I am practicing it for 15 years as a valuer, expert valuer, and review committee also. for banks and some financial institution like Industrial Development Corporation. And plus, I am the first faculty member from my state because I am the first person who passed this exam from my state in 2018. So from and until till then I am doing faculty. I am giving more passionate to the teaching profession more than doing valuations because of sometimes I have clients won't understand what is a valuer and what is the value of a valuer. So better to avoid such a complications and mental agony. Better I prefer my passionate thing because I started my career in Mumbai. I got only that time payment for 1,500 or so. 35 years back, it's a pretty good. I mean, you can live with that. But at the same time, I took used to have a tuition classes, so I earned something from tuition. So
Sir, what is the scope as a valuer there in India? How much we can earn like that? Do you have the reply? What do you
if you are I will tell you there are see I won't reveal the names, but I will tell you there is a capital gain valuer, that is capital gain in a metro city. I know him personally. He's my like guru. He is earning 1 C per month minimum.
minimum
One,
1 C per month?
yes.
In
So he is exclusively for doing capital gain and cost of construction. Then I know another man from Kerala, another so many people from Kerala doing valuations for banks. They are empaneled banks. They are getting 6 to 10 lakhs per month. I am openly telling these things.
so how to empanel with banks and the job you just told
That you have to wait and see if how the our NIV bill is going to be implemented. But still now, IBBI has very clearly stated that registered values of Companies Act will only do Companies Act. Other statutory body we are not bothered. But at the same time, banks are asking for IBBI registration nowadays. Even in SBI, latest SBI empanelment, the first that is a grading system. There are 100 marks, out of which IBBA will get 10 marks. Wealth tax registration will get 10 marks. Number of banks empanelment will get certain percentage, like that. So they will evaluate and they will give you the empanelment if you get more than 50 percentage. So that is the SBI policy as per empanelment.
Sir, can we get a nationalized bank empanelment without?
Yes, you are supposed to get empanelment as long as you are. I mean, you can prove that you are. As I told you, no, in an interview, given me a chance to work as a
10 years.
fresh candidate for 10 years, I can show that. So similarly, you can show that you are a valuer also. You explain it,
No,
no?
sir,
You are in estimation.
His minimum criteria is 5-year empanelment in NBFC's bank.
In minimum criteria
years.
is not given. Minimum age limit is not given in
Okay.
any bank empanelment. Only the qualification required is given.
Okay.
Sir,
Okay.
one more question. You just told that someone is getting 1 CR and someone is getting.
Don't quote me, sir.
No,
This
no,
is
no.
like
Yeah.
uh,
Someone is getting, say, 1 million or so.
yeah.
How much you are getting, sir?
Oh my God, I'm a poor man. I'm a very poor man. I'm getting whatever teaching. I'm happy also. I'm content. I am the happiest person also. I'm not having so much ambitious or anything. I'm quite happy with what I have. That's
Sir,
all. Tell me,
hello.
sir.
Sir, rather than IBPI, where can we registered as valuer?
Sir, that's what I told you. Try to get 34AB if they are issuing. In some places, if they stop issue means they are also accepting IBBA. See, in some, I understood that some places they are not giving. No, they are given the letter. We are no more accepting value. This thing. So that means they already accepted IBBA. Whereas there is a conflict. IB, income tax or CBDT, Central Board of Direct Taxes, both are same. They have given life membership to other already registered members. It cannot be revoked because it is life membership. So that kind of questions are still pending. It is not apparent as long as how the government of India is going to solve these issues. Probably IBBA will overrule all this, because I will tell you the reason. In 34 AB, we don't have any continuous education or MEP classes. I'll tell you very frankly, after these classes, I have, to my experience, I have plenty of knowledge. I mean, I happen to be acquired so much knowledge in many subjects, especially in valuation, economics, valuation, income approach, that approach, lease agreement, these kind of things. So, uh, apart from IBBA point of view, exam point of view, I will tell you, this knowledge will help you.
Okay. Sir, one last
Okay,
question,
sir.
sir. One last
Okay,
question, sir.
okay, tell me.
Sir, what is the benefit of after receiving the final bill of, I think, sir, bill is running.
Not running bill like construction. You are talking about construction.
No,
Value,
sir. Sir,
running
evaluation
bill.
bill is on
It is
process.
not running bill. It is a final bill.
Yeah.
Valuation bill. Once you are valued, it is final. Then they may call for evaluation after 2-3 years if it is required. For example, high value property.
No, sir, I am talking about IBBI, some bill just like
So
CA
he's
bill.
talking about constitutional bill.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. It is the
On process.
IBBA. They have already passed also. It is gone for president's consent. Uh, to my knowledge, I am not sure. National Institute of Value, National Values Bill. It is called National Values Bill. Values Bill, or in short, Values Bill. Okay. After that implementation only, we can say something concretely. Something solidly I have to say no, but at the moment I cannot say anything.
Okay.
But that is why I told you, as far as forget about values bill, forget about your remuneration. What I prefer to say is, I prefer to practice is, you are getting so much information on valuation knowledge. Let the knowledge comes from everywhere, as Guada says. See, knowledge is so precious than anything else. That I learned from around my own life experience. Knowledge is better than anything, and you will get, once you are passionate about the subject, you will get opportunity, plenty of opportunities. One should be ambitious plus passionate. You should have the passion for this particular, to learn these things. Whatever, see, in MEP class we have so much restrictions, time frame, other things. But you can have so many articles are there in your language, in English, everywhere it is. If you go to Google, you will get it. Try to go through it. Whenever a word comes in doubt, you again Google for that particular word. You will get some other ideas. Then it is a never ending process. See, nowadays in computer, that is the thing. Once you Google it, even for a word, you are going to an expert in that field. Try to learn, I mean, out of syllabus also, from, if it is not in your syllabus. For example, I will tell you, we in Inca approach, we are learning a few points in discount flow method, discounted flow method in Inca approach, generally practiced by chartered accountants. But if you are so much interested, you can arrange, so many DCF classes are there in all over India. You can join. You should know what is, I mean, the same. It is not much expensive, 250 rupees or 500 rupees, whatever. Such programs you join, you will get so much knowledge. Try to attend all the classes and register in Tax Guru. There are some sites, Tax Guru, Research in India, or so many sites are there. You will get every day they are conducting webinars on different topics. Maybe 60% about valuation and 40% is other thing. But you listen it. You will learn slowly, because at the see, they use capitalization rate as cap rate only. See, they have the short forms. We will confuse sometimes. So once you go through it, you will be automatically in that groove, fall in that groove and flow. Particular groove is there, and passionate about the subject, you will get very good marks. Not only in IBBA, you will be an established valuer also. Try to be achieve that position. We have some more time. Meanwhile, we give an introduction to what is your next chapter, next topic. Have any idea? Any idea about? Otherwise, I have to look it. I think it is market or income approach. Wait a minute, please wait. So market approach and cost approach, and today we have to cover market approach and cost approach and various purpose of valuations. So that means 3.5, 3.5. Okay, let's just try. So we covered already some market approach and all. So the rest we'll make up after lunch. But I will give you some introduction of market approach. Approaches are very important. So we will go to market approach now. Yeah, we'll just start it. After that, we'll take break. Okay. Okay, then things will be more clear about real estate I mean valuation, which we are already finished. Then we'll see. Now we'll see market approach. This is one of the easiest subject which you can score also. Easiest approach, most accurate also. Consider as most accurate, because there is no assumptions. We are not assuming anything in market approach. So let's see what is that market approach. What is market approach? See, this is determining the value of a property. Selling price of similar properties. That is, I told you the word comparable properties. What is the particularity of comparable properties? One is geographically same location. Second one is same time frame. You cannot take 3-4 years, 10 years back selling of other properties. Same year, at least of same year. So that is called market approach. It is comparing the sales, and only thing you have to learn is how to give weightages to various steps. See, you are selling a flat 100 square meter, or you are valuing a flat for 100,000 square feet. You have two sale instances. One is 1,200 square feet, one is 1,500 square or 800 square feet. One has got in the third floor, the other one is with a good view, the other one is with a view, inferior view. Then some other attributes like size, shape, or utility point of view, whatever. So you give weightages according to your judgment. Then you come back to your, so if that property has got this much weightage compared to this, so either you add or deduct. This is the basic principle. All the flats are not like same, no, so you have to adjust the price. This is called adjustment grid model. You have to adjust the price of the comparable properties to assess the value, subject property you are going to evaluate. This is the basic principle, nothing else. So regardless of type of asset being valued, the market approach studies recent sales of similar assets, making adjustments for the difference between them. For example, when appraisal real estate, adjustments might be made for factors such as square footage, square feet area, age. Here comes age, sir. Depreciation. The question of depreciation come when the age is mentioned, and location of the building and its amenities. Everything can be compared. See, in my flat there is no swimming pool. The other flat has got a swimming pool and a clubhouse. So I will give certain weightages for that and adjust in this one. So similarly, you can do the market approach. This is the market approach. It is rather a simple method, very simple, comparing to income approach or cost approach. So what is the advantage and disadvantages? We'll see. Advantage is, of course, user friendly. It is user friendly. It uses actual data. It is relatively simple. Does not rely on explicit forecast, future benefit turning to present value, nothing like that. No such assumptions or explicit predictions or forecast. Nothing is there in market. It is a direct approach. What is the disadvantage? Sometimes no reliable comparable data can be found. This is the most everywhere it is this issue. See, we don't have dependable data in most cases. So in that case, what we will do, whatever available, even some people are doing, suppose nothing is available, they will fix a rent for it, depending on the surrounding area, then capitalize it, then they will certify the value of the property. It's not actually market approach, it is income approach. In certain cases, no reliable data is available, because in the real estate portal also some area is not having any property dealing or any property sell instance. So in that case, we don't have any other. So you can state that in your report. See, your report should be very exhaustive. You should justify why you are using market approach, or why you are using income approach, or why you are not used the cost approach. These kind of things you have to write. See, to use income approach, you should have an audited sheet of income and other things, which is not available. If it is not available, the next option is market approach. I have gone through the market approach. Even the sales comparison is not there. The final approach, cost approach. There also we are using in cost approach. There are two things. One is land, one is building. Land cost and building cost. From where you will get land cost? Only by market approach. So those things are related. You understand? Those only building part only you are providing replacement cost, depreciation, etc. cost approach. The other
But
part,
can it be challenged, sir? Suppose if I am taking some certain price for land, can it be challenged?
yes, definitely, sir. Without any evidence, your value has got no value. Value has no value. You have to supportive documents with you. Okay, so that how to arrive, we will see. Okay, don't worry about it. So this is the disadvantage. We are talking about disadvantages. Reliability of the transaction data is questionable. Yes, how far you will rely on it? Because of an economy factor, it may be wrong. Most important assumptions are hidden. Why that statement is there? most important assumptions are hidden. So there are hidden assumptions in comparables that we may not know, or it is hidden from the public domain. So in that case also, little we have difficulty in market approach. We'll see. Now I'm just see. Don't take it as a serious one. It's an illustration. I know so many questions will come. It is just an illustration purpose I made. There may be mistakes also, but even the rate finally I arrived may be also wrong. This is illustration purpose, not a correct procedure. I have seen some mistakes in my last class also. See, one is parameters is okay. What are the parameters? Price, square feet, unit area, bedrooms, bathrooms, view, renovations. They are taken. Here I have taken five or six parameters. You have totally, I think, now 90, 100 parameters available. You can use anyone, neighborhood, such as civil amenities, all these things you can take. Here, for example, point of view, I have taken only 6. So my valuation property, subject property is price to be valued, not yet valued, because after comparing this sale transaction only I can do that. The first sale transaction is for 75,000, and just below that it is written it is only 1,500 square feet. Whereas the second transaction, it is 45,000, 45 lakhs. I'm talking about lakhs only. I don't 45 lakhs, 1,200 square feet. The third one is 6,000. I have written one there. We'll correct it later. Okay, I'll correct it now. This is the third transaction. Okay. So different square feet area. Now unit price. This we don't know for subject property. Okay. For subject property, we don't know any unit price. We are going to arrive it. So the data provides this is for 5,000 per square feet. You divide it 75 lakhs divided by 15, 105,000 or 1,500 gives you 5,000 per unit. Similarly, 45 lakhs will give you 3,750, and 60 lakh property will give you 6,000 by dividing unit rate, unit area. So these are the unit price. Ours is to be worked out. So here we have 2 bedrooms. There 75 lakhs 2 bedrooms. Here 1 bedroom only. Here 2 bedrooms. Then bathrooms. We have got only 1 bathroom. Others are 2 bathrooms. View. We have got a good view. Property 1 has got a good view. This is not that good view. Second comparable, and third comparable. Yes. Now renovation any required. This is we don't have any. These are minor. Minor means negligible. So these are the see. This is only for example. Only I have taken 6 parameters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Okay, 6 parameters are there. So now what we have to do is looking at this result, you begin to draw some general conclusion. You thoroughly study that one, that particular table, whatever, not this table, whatever you are preparing. So looking at it for some time, you will generally feel some kind of conclusion. To start with you, start with, you see that the apartment price per SF ranges between square feet. SF means square feet ranges between 1,000 to 1,500. It is in between. With the higher prices belonging to those few, more bedrooms and bathrooms. This is square feet range. Area 1,000 to 1,500, not rupees. Just delete it. We'll see. Whatever we'll get, it is not that important. Okay. With the higher rate, better views and no need for renovation. By contrast means by contrast. Suppose the apartment you are seeking to purchase is priced 4,000. Suppose for your this particular subject property, the you need an advice. Who the client need an advice from you whether I can purchase it for 4,000 square feet. Suppose this is the case. Builder offers 4,000 per square feet. So you have doubt. You approach the registered valuer. He will compare these things. Then he will draw a conclusion like this. See, apartment whether it is 4,000 worth has fewer. These features are even cheapest priced. See your feature and cheapest feature. You see, almost more or less same. Only one bathroom difference is there. Otherwise, toilet, bathroom. Yes, other things are more or less same. Cheapest one. Uh, which is cheapest one? This one, 45,000 is the cheapest one. Here one bedroom, you have got two bedrooms. Rate is 3750 per unit rate. So you features that even cheapest apartment in your table. This seems to be justify your intuition that the apartment is overpriced. Based on this information, you decide to make a offer of 3,500. This will be reasonable. 45,500 I will pay. Then you can negotiate with the builder. This is basically market approach. This kind of comparison. But this is not fully correct, because in the sense you can make percentage wise. Here you can make a percentage, or here itself you can this is 1,300, this is 15,300. You make a certain percentage for this, because 200 square feet is different. The first one and second one, then second one and third one, 100 square feet difference. So that percent you can calculate. Then again third transaction, take a calculator and calculate the difference of the square feet area. Unit area is no change, other things no change, but at the same time one bathroom you can here it is transaction 2, one bathroom only bedroom is there. So you accordingly you can give a slight, because already you are given percentage in square feet area.
Sir,
So
one
bedroom
question is there. One question
utility
is there.
point of view, you can reduce some price. Okay, again.
Sir, I have a question, sir. How would I know transaction 1, 2, and 3 the price of these 3 transactions? How would I know?
This is by builders. No, that is almost all the owners will tell. You know it. So in flat, how much rupees you spend for a flat?
Yeah, but I will not have any proof of that. No, it's just whatever.
That we will see later. Okay, proof we will make. No problem. That we will see later, because you can write his phone number, address, and all. You have to mention it. That's all. That is the evidence. If somebody calls him, he has to answer. That's all. So either you have to specify the person name and telephone number. Okay. So that will be coming under report of valuation report, one of the topic. So there we will mention all these things. We will explain it also. So this is for just an. I think there is another one also more suitable for this kind of presentation. This is okay. This is for giving a comparable. What is what you mean by comparing the properties? This is the way it is comparing. That's all. Keep in mind that only figures you forget, erase it from your mind. It's only a illustration. So types of market we'll see. Then types of market means actually the heading is wrong. Types of market survey and data collection is different. So how you are going to do the market survey and data collection is very important. Market survey you can conduct like now you just asked how you got these prices. So this is the way I have conducted owners of this orchid or flat name and apartment name and flat number and owner's address you can give. So that is called market survey data collection. Then comparison of sale distance. This comparison, similar comparison, you can do that. Then hedonic price model and adjustment grid model. In which hedonic model is only depend on 4 factors: STLA, size, time, age, location. These 4 factors only considered in before, long before. Now it is adjustment grid model. So even though hedonic model you should know. Then land characteristics. This is very important. Not only you are comparing the building, you can go to the land character, whether it is level land, whether it is soil, sandy land, or loamy soil. Because one of the major issues now we are facing is differential settlement. So what kind of soil? This is your concern. So you can make note of it in your report. What is the land characteristics and weightages also you can give. Land characteristics, type of soil, you can write type of soil. This one is sandy soil, the other one is clay soil, the other one is loamy soil, the other one is sandy soil. So accordingly you can give the weightages. Then hypothetical plotting schemes. Oh, this is very important. That is belting method also we are learning in this method. That is in large plot where there is no comparables are available for large plots. In especially in villages and say semi-urban areas, you won't get comparables for 4 or 5 hectares of land. In that case, how you will arrive? So there you are going to use hypothetical plotting method. It's a hypothetical. See, small plot you will take as a frontage as a small plot. Then subsequently you increase the belt, divide the plot. Then subsequently you reduce the price also. There is some thumb rules to reduce the price. Or in IBB question paper, it will directly given. Second plot is half of first plot price, something like that. They will provide. Actually, in thumb rule, it is 2/3 for second plot price. Third plot price is half of second plot. These kind of things are there. We will see in an illustration, in a case study. Okay. I think it is there. Otherwise, I will go to the other this one case studies. Residual technique. What is residual technique? Residual technique means suppose you don't have the land value of a particular area. In that case, what you are going to do is you will calculate the value of development. Then it will be deducted from the particular value is deducted from the profit, builder's profit, everything is deducted. Then finally you will get a residual value, residue. That residual value is land value. Because development you spend this much, other things are you are this much. Finally, developers profit or builders profit this much, all deduct. Finally, if it is not, you will arrive a figure that is the land value. That is called residual technique. Residual technique is usually used for land to find out land value for land and building values. Seldom used, but even though the technique is good. Then valuation for joint ventures development property. This can be only explained by a case study, because joint ventures, I will tell you briefly. Joint venture means I have 1,000 square meter land. A builder approaches me. He says he will build and we will share the profit. So how to share the profit? That is a registered valuer's job. Proportion. Because you have to find the land value, you have to find the builder's composite rate, then arriving at a ratio. So it is generally as promoters is to landlord. Promoters has got 25%, landowner may be 75, or vice versa. It can happen. Depends on the price of the land of the particular area. So this is called joint ventures. Joint ventures means builders go for joint ventures generally because they don't want to spend all the money for in the land. If it is taken from somebody, if he is getting, see, the landowner is getting profit or whatever his interest without doing anything. He is only giving the capital, land. The builder is doing everything, and finally he's getting his own part, whatever his that ratio is called joint venture development of property. So that we'll see in a this one, okay, case study. Better than case study, it is very difficult to. It is the best method, case study. Otherwise, explaining it is not possible. You can't explain what is a joint venture development property. It's a case study only. Explanation is this: the land is given to builder, then they will share the profit. How to share the profit is the question that only a case study can illustrate. So the other principle in most important principle, this is market is supreme. That means market
Can
decides
we meet
everything.
after lunch?
Yeah, we'll continue after the lunch, but I fear we should go faster because we need 7 plus 2, 9 hours. So it will go up to 10 o'clock. We'll do the fast case studies. I can give you next week. Okay.
There is
Otherwise,
another class
you
tomorrow.
can cover the whole topic. Next one is Inca approach or something like that. That I will change. Instead of Inca approach, I will go for cost approach if it is Inca approach. Because Inca approach also needs not much time. This like market approach. We can, whatever we save in market and cost approach, we can go to the income.
So tomorrow also class,
Yeah. I'll be there.
only two topics.
Yeah, same topic. Only the thing is that this one is added, income approach. That has given sufficient time. That I like it. Many RVOs are not giving enough time for income approach because as per IBBA, it is equally divided 3.5, 3.5, 3.5. So if you finish this one by 2 hours, if you can cooperate and cost approach by 2 hours, income approach can be easily finished by 4 to 5 hours, right? We'll plan accordingly. Okay, anyway, I know that my class every time it extends to from the limit of because I need you to understand the things. I can just read the whatever written here, no use at all. So we'll go slowly. I am confident that I can finish it well. Okay, even I am ready to give a 2-3 hours extra for you,
Okay.
no problem, but we should learn this. Okay,
Okay.
so we will meet after the lunch. Okay. And Sakir bhai, you are so hungry, huh?
No, I'm not so hungry, sir. I'm just going by time only.
Yeah, very good, very good, very good. You are a proud man. Thank you. Okay.
So we'll be meeting.
Yeah, tell me, sir. Meeting?
We'll be meeting at 2 o'clock, right, sir?
Yes, 2 o'clock, 2:10. Okay.
Yeah.
Even 2:10, no problem.
Okay, fine, sir. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
लैपटॉप बंद करना है यार।
कितने दिन से दिया एक बार दिया पीरियड नहीं चला इसका लालच दिया बहुत दिया एक
चलो कोई नहीं, मेरी स्टार्ट होगी क्लास। देखो आपको फोटो खींच के भेजता हूँ। सर आप किस सेक्टर में हैं सर आप? जाकिर सर,
सब मुझसे पूछ
सर
रहे हो
आप
आप? हाँ
किस
हाँ,
सेक्टर में हैं सर आप?
हम सिविल में ही है, इंडस्ट्रियल कंस्ट्रक्शन में।
कंस्ट्रक्शन में सर।
हाँ, इंडस्ट्रियल में।
सर कौन सी सिटी से सर?
दिल्ली से आप?
जयपुर से सर।
आप जयपुर से हो?
जी सर, जी सर। अभी मेरे सर एक दो फ्रेंड कर रहे हैं, इसलिए मेरा भी प्लान था ये वैल्यूएशन करने का, मतलब एक बार ट्राई करते हैं।
ओके।
So let's start.
हाँ सर,
Good afternoon, sir.
गुड।
I think two participants still has to. Okay, yes, come. Shankar Narayan ji. One more participant. So we have to say market is the supreme because as far as valuation is concerned, for decades and decades, all the transaction is done in all kinds of transaction carried out, and it has given result also. So whatever we get from market, the valuation is depends on even in Inca approach also, assumptions are being made from the market. Market gives you the result. So that means market is supreme for a valuer. So there are two types of mainly and third type also, but we will see all the three types. Mainly the buyer's market. What is the buyer's market? By using our knowledge, we know that if supply exceeds the demand, giving purchasers an advantage. See, it is if so many supply is there, so the buyers, it is called buyers market because purchasers got has to negotiate with the more negotiation with the buyer to get their property to be sold. Then whereas in seller's market, it is reverse, low supply and high demand. So the market value will be higher. So this is only how it affects buyers and sellers. Same, we know all those things. So we'll see the third one is stable market. Stable market is nothing but when we hear this word stable means we tends to assume that it is good, but it is actually in reverse meaning, because there won't be any transaction in a stable market. Why? The buyers expect they will keep on expecting the value to be reduced. That is the main issue in stable market. It is low trading volume and can absorb large sale without a major change in price. It is a see, there won't be much difference in selling price or purchasing price, but still in certain situations, for example, the demand as well as equal supply also exists, but due to various reasons purchasers stop purchasing or defer the purchase. Defer means extend or postpone the purchase of the purchase. That is called defer. Defer the payment means, what is deferring the payment? We are postponing the deferred payment means, for example, mortgage loans. It is called deferred purchase because we are paying in a regular interval. Artificial stoppage of demand in the market prevails. Expectation people about likely fall in price. This is the main issue. likely fall in price of real estate in near future also result in stable market. So buyers expect a fall in price day by day. Right? In contrast, the prices do not fall or rise, but remain stable after year after year. So that is a stable market. No material transaction take place in the market. You see, the word stable means we think plenty of transaction will be there, but in stable market, in contrast, there won't be any much transaction. So that is called stable market. So there are mainly three markets. One is the buyer's market, seller's market, and stable market. Now types of real estate market. See here we have subcategorized as open market and closed market. Open market means any market participants can participate to buy and purchase. Whereas, as I told you, in closed real estate market, what happens? A particular section of the people only can participate. For example, I told you vegetarian and non-vegetarian real estate property. As far as apartments are concerned, they won't accept non-vegetarian. It's a closed market for vegetarians only. Similarly, there are so many examples for a closed market. For example, if an industry or a school or a hospital, why it is we call even though we call it non-marketable, some cases there are a few market participants who can come forward to take over such a, but the market is closed for those people, those who are experienced to run that particular industry or a particular organization like hospital, whether it's a hospital, school, or industry, or commercial property, whatever. So that is called closed real estate. So subcategorized as open market and closed market. In open market, group of buyers and group of sellers are present, each one competing with other to buy or to sell. So they will compete each other, of course. So where ample substitute properties are also available for sale. If it is not there, I will go to the other builder. That is a particularity of open market. Monopoly aspect is not present in such. What is monopoly? See, if in my place only one builder is there who is who is selling the flats. So in that case, he will be in a better position to get more profit. That is called monopoly market. So monopoly aspect is not present in open market. There is no monopoly. I can give you another example. In land acquisition cases, you see, if a 4-lane traffic road is expanded to 6-lane, so some property will be gone, acquired by government. Some 4 meter or 5 meter from the road, they will acquire it. Whereas there are some buildings, it is away from the 10 meters away from the property. So in one fine morning, if they acquire this one, the established businesses are there, those who are affected. So what they will do, they need that geographical location, they have established goodwill, everything. So at any cost, they have to run the show. So they will approach those who are not affected because of their offset is from the road is more. So what happens in within 1 day, the market value will be tripled. He can ask for see, instead of 5,000 market price, he can ask for 20,000, and people are ready to pay also because they want to run the business. That is why. So that is monopoly. It's a kind of monopoly. Those who are not affected by the land acquisition. So there are two examples I have told you now of monopoly aspect. Okay. Then this case, agraharam, I don't know how much those who are from South India can understand this word. Maybe North Indians also. I don't know whether the similar word in Hindi. Agraharam means people who are living together like in a particular religion and caste, Brahmins, especially in Kerala, my state, there are so many agraharams, and they are closed market because nobody else can go and purchase or live in the particular agraharams or caste. So this is called agraharams houses. I have given an example. and it is here it is protected by this is row houses. No rules are there because it has constructed very long before 150 years or 200 years before. So it is constructed such a way that it is like a row houses. Common walls are there. So what happens? There is no FSI rules, no coverage rules. So even though government won't demolish it because it has got heritage value, it is so much old, no? So heritage value is there. At the same time, if it collapses after economical life, they cannot reconstruct. This is the rule as far as heritage properties are concerned. So once it is collapsed, you cannot reconstruct it there without the following the building national building code or your local building code. So that is called agraharams, where only special buyers are allowed to buy the property in agraharams. Can you tell me the Hindi word for that? Such buildings, such row of houses, whether you have anybody from south, I mean north or west, similar words in your language.
Is it some sort of ashram? What do you call?
It is we call it agraharam. Agraharam.
They are the permanent resident of the.
Yeah, permanent residents. That's why I'm telling you, it's a heritage. 200 years before. Here, even though they are very rich now, because all the people are working abroad, almost all family, but still their grandpas and grandmas are living there. They are quite happy while returning from their native country. When they return to our country, they enjoy that particular area because they're born and brought up there, and it's a particular culture.
But technically, you just tell me one thing. Suppose this is a 150 years old building, so it has lived its life, right?
Yes,
When
but
it
still it
lived
is not economically. See, I told you, physical life is over, but economical life is still there. That is usable life with minor repairs. If the repair,
that is okay, but there will be land cost only. The building cost will be almost zero there.
you can't say so because heritage buildings are valued by reproduction cost. Heritage will all the heritage properties you can value by reproduction. That is, reproduction means replica of the same building. We need not, it's a concept only because that technology we may not be knowing now. For example, temples, your present worth reproduction, you cannot reproduce it without see, most of our temples are constructed in one rock. So how can we do it now? Nobody knows. That technology is ancient technology. It is different. Tomorrow, 4th of this month, there is a seminar by Institute of Engineers India. Please try to attend that one because ancient technology they are explaining in that webinar. So the 4th of this month. So there is a webinar on it. You can get more information. So I request you all if you are not a member of IAE, please take the IAE Institute of Engineers of India membership, corporate membership. I know a few of you are having this membership. You are all chartered engineer. If you want to wish to call known as a chartered engineer, you should a member of IEI, Institute of Engineers. Okay, so
sir, I am already applying for PE with membership.
My God, if you get PE, yeah, your seal values all over the world.
P with membership.
Professional engineer, yes, I know. Yes, professional engineer's stamp is valid all over the world.
All over the world, yes, sir.
Yeah, it's a very good examination. Take it.
Yes, sir.
Because youngsters can take those examinations. PE examinations there, appear for that, and they are see actually that is accepted in everywhere.
Yes, sir.
In the world, every country. IA got some tie-ups with those countries. Okay.
Yes.
Even you need not see in some Gulf countries they are asking engineers to do some test because quality of their work is not good. So there are so many fake degrees also. You know how to make a fake degree. So we know how in India. So to avoid that one, PE engineering, that is professional engineering course. I mean that exam, if you pass, you will get. You need not write those exams. You are accepted by the whole world. Well, congrats. Somebody has told me this. Very few people have come forward so far. I am also trying, but I don't know. I didn't get time for preparation. Anyway, let us try for it. It's good. Okay, so now Agrahara means these are all common. This is what I have shown is a new one. Forget about this picture. Actually, it is almost dilapidated state with tiles. This is our modern tiles and mangrove tiles are constructed. Okay, this way it will look row houses. Only common walls are separated these houses. It is they are living as a very harmonious community in our places. I don't know. He may not knowing. He is. Please, I am asking the person from Tamil Nadu. I don't remember his name.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. In Tamil Nadu also, Agragaram, sir.
Agraharam, yes,
Yes.
I know. So Tamil Nadu is also, it is called Agraharam. But I need a name for, say, in my classes, I have to explain it in the local Hindi language also. I didn't get the name so far. Okay, so this is some Jain communities, they are living together. Jain community. They won't allow others to live in such places, Jain community. So there are so many examples for this. So we will do a problem relating the market approach. A building 30 years old with 3-story total built-up area. I think, okay, you can do that. 30 years with a 3-story total built-up area of 2,500 meter square, sit on a land of 400 meter square. So land area. Once you get this, I mean, such a question, write down the data. Building age 30 year. This is age 30 year. 3-story. Number of story 3-story. Total built-up area. You can use some short form if you have lack of time. Total built-up area 250 and land extent 4,000 meter square. Building is 20-inch load-bearing wall. That is unusually high. And in ground floor, 15-inch wall in upper floors, ornate dome in center. See, these facts are given for what? Can you imagine? Ornate dome in the center of some dome like bungalow or palacious building. So you can. I will tell you the reason is for this giving this particular data is it is functionally obsolete. Functionally obsolete means nowadays nobody going to construct such a ornate dome and all. So okay, fine, let it be there. Then floor height is 14 inch. That means 14 feet. So it is not more than normal, traditional flats or traditional building is 3 meter only. People prefer now higher also, but generally it is considered as an obsolete. So located on the main road. In order to build such structure, now land localities is selling 200 square meter per square meter instead of what? It has not given anywhere before. So now the present value is unit value is 2,000 per square meter. Has been recent sale in the area. Balance expected life is 30 years. So total 60 years because of load bearing. I told you 55 to 60 years you can take for a load bearing building. The
wood cost RS 400 per lakh. What is this, sir?
Which one?
Wood cost RS 400.
Means it is 4 crore.
Yes, sir.
40 lakhs.
40 lakhs.
400 lakhs. That is 4C. 4 crores.
4 crore.
Okay, 4 crores. Okay. What is that? Has determined that it would cost 400 located in the main level. So building cost. It is building cost only. So let's go to the MCQs. But this is not that I didn't like this. I mean, to be frank with you, this is simple questions they are asked. So good for you, IBB exam point of view. Which approach and method valuation would be best used to value the property? Which approach and method? So you should write approach and method. So in order to answer this question, you should know what is hedonic, what is sales comparison. You are already cost approach and reproduction cost approach and replacement cost. One is approach. These are approach. What are the first one? Market approach, cost approach, income approach, whatever. The second one is method, sales comparison, reproduction, cost of these things. So which one we will use? Market. So far we learned about market approach and sales comparison approach, but sales comparison may not be applicable here. So I will go for this question. I put because you have to find out the reproduction cost, because domes are there, or you can use market approach and no, nothing is suited. It's a C is good answer, but unfortunately some people are given answer as B, sales comparison. I don't know. So the obsolete part is not taken, because that kind of dome and all, it is very difficult to get a comparison sale. 15-inch wall, 90 ornate dome are there. So dome is there. So these kind of things are very rare to get comparison. But answer as far as IBB question paper is concerned, market approach and sales comparison. Okay. The second question. That is why see, just to know how they frame the question, and answer may not be you see. If I am there, I will leave this question, because B I am not sure. Since I am not sure, I mean, some of you may be sure. It is you can attempt, but as far as I am concerned, this question is a bit confusing, and I will leave. Let why I invite 0.25 minus mark, negative mark. So I will leave it. Then second question is valid. Which approach used to assess the value of land and estimated value of land? So value of land is 80 lakhs in all the cases. Okay. Again, the approach is same. Market approach, sales comparison. It is given no, the first question. So again they are repeating there. There is no meaning. Rental method is not applicable. Profit method is not applicable. Indirect comparison is not applicable. So naturally the answer is sales comparison. So that is elimination method. So once you see, this is the way you have to do. If you don't know first question, go to the second question. If the second question gives you the answer of the first question, you go for the first question, then you can answer it. See, we are eliminated all three possibilities. Profit is not considered. D, you see the D, option D of second question. Profit method, it is not given. C, option C, rental method, it is not given rental, so that is eliminated. B, market approach and indirect comparison. I don't know what is indirect comparison. It is eliminated. There is no indirect comparisons. So answer should be market approach and sales comparison. In that case, you got the answer of the first one also. Make it sales comparison. See, this is an example of how you have to approach the question in IBB exam. Whether I will leave it as it is. I won't attempt that question. If I attempt the second question, I get the answer correctly. So why then only option in question number 1 is market approach and sales comparison. Okay, then forget about reproduction and all. Directly I have got the answer. Okay, so what is to be deductible to determine the depreciation replacement cost of the building? That we will see after cost approach method. Even though I can explain this, it is easier. What is to be deductible to determine the depreciation? See, there is functional. What is functional obsolescence? That is that means See, functional obsolescence means it is not outdated tech. It's kind of outdated function. I can say, explain that, because 20-inch wall plus we are giving 20 centimeter or 23 centimeter, it is 20-inch wall. So that is more than nowadays nobody uses 20-inch wall and 15-inch for inside. As an engineer, 23 maybe you are giving outside and internal walls 15 maximum. So that is functional obsolescence. Then what is physical obsolescence? Wear and tear, all those things. Physical obsolescence, it is 30 years old, but not it is not finished there. Economical and physical obsolescence, yeah, both are there. Then see the D option, economic, functional and physical, everything is there. So go for answer D. It is economically obsolete. Obsolete means, see what is obsolete? It comes from the word obsolete. Obsolete means it is outdated or it is not at all in use. So that is called obsolete. Obsolete. We say a particular thing obsolete means it is not out of dated, outmoded. So from that only obsolescence. There are some obsolesences are there in building: functional, physical, and economical obsolescence. One more is legal, I think, technological obsolescence. So there are 4 obsolences we'll see in cost approach. So here all the obsolences are applicable. Now this way the question will come. You need not calculate anything except physical obsolescence. All others are direct. See, what is the amount of functional obsolescence if estimated at 15% of current cost? So that means, 4th question you see, they are directly given 15% is the functional obsolescence. You need not do any calculation. We don't have any calculation at all. It is our judgment. It is 15% you can deduct. So they deducted 50, it should be in the question, 15% for functional obsolescence. The question, sometimes in question or in sub question it will be there. So 15%. So you take a building, not land. See, depreciation is not, or obsolescence is not applicable to land. I told why. Land is a scarce commodity and land is not destructible. No meaning in say land is depreciable. No, land it's a MCQ. Land is not a depreciable asset. So only you, when you this type of question, depreciation or obsolescence, only apply for the building only, building part. Building, it is given as 4C, 4 crore rupees. So you take 0.15 from that. So you will get obsolescence is 60 lakh. So functionally it is 60 lakh rupees. Okay. Then only calculation is for physical depreciation, that is age related. As somebody has asked this morning, how to calculate depreciation for the last 10 years old building. That is physical depreciation. That we will calculate, we will learn it in cost approach in detail. Depreciation and further depreciated value also. Then we'll see some of the aspect of demand supply curve. I think in economics you will learn it more detail. Prices depend on demand and supply. We have seen it. Principle of supply and demand is same as, see, price varies inversely with increase in supply. If supply is increased, price decrease. So that is why inversely, they used inversely proportional. We know what is inversely proportional or directly proportional. Whereas price varies directly with increase in demand. If demand increases, price increases. So it is directly. So these 2 aspects may, I don't know, I'm not sure, an MCQ. Price varies directly or indirectly, inversely, whatever. Okay. By common sense we can write the answer. So this is demand supply curve of consumer point of view. It's not that important, forget about it, because this is market clearing price is given as intersection of this. Better one is next, bell curve. You might have heard about it. Bell curve. This is demand supply curve. If they ask for demand for pictures of it never comes. I didn't see anywhere. Demand supply curve. You can choose this one like this. But such questions are not appeared in IBBI. So we will see next. There is bell curve is there. So from which you can have some more economical factors, how they are going to demand and supply going to affect the market value, or when the most transaction will take place. That curve will be called bell curve. That will come next. We'll take in next slides. In real estate market takes time for supply to meet the increase. We are repeating the same sentence. Non-transferability of real estate is one of the factors contributing to this phenomenon of restricted supply. Value should determine if it is boom period or slack period. That is also economic, higher macroeconomics. That is boom period, slack period, then burst period is the, Harshad Mehta says, that is burst period, burst bubble period is there. These are all economic national level concept. Depends on how the stock exchange will behave. So that will be, but you should have an overall idea. You will get it from macroeconomics, that classes. Okay. So boom period or slack period, you have to know, because boom period, it is you have to mention in the report that being a recession period. Slack period is called also a recession period. Or you can write real estate properties are in slump period or slack period or recession period, so that the value, marketability is difficult. All those things you can write. That's all. There is no calculation based on it. Okay. Valuer should also study the recurring trend of recession. See, this is a cyclic one. Recession and boom, both. It is like a cyclic phenomenon. So you can determine recurring type of trend, recession and boom. So as I told you, this bell curve, this we have to study maybe better in detail. So in x-axis we have shown price, and y-axis we have shown number of buyers or sellers. Buyers or sellers. This is called bell curve. Very important as far as IBBA examination point of view, even the name bell curve. It is very easy. See, buyers curve you see. First one, A, B, C is the buyers curve. Whereas sellers curve is FED or DEF, vice versa, whatever. It is sellers curve. There is a union FC. Then there is a point, midpoint G. We will see what is the importance of these points. This will give you the whole economical picture of real estate valuation as far as economy is concerned. Macroeconomics is actually macroeconomics. We will see what is A, what is B, what is C, what is F, what is C, what is D, and G. Okay, what will happen in these points? Listen carefully. X is price. Okay, so we can, even from here itself we can tell, in A the price is minimum. See, A point. So sellers won't sell the property. That is for sure. No transaction will take place. In B, the maximum price a buyer can offer. We don't know about seller, because seller is not willing even for that point. Then in case of a recession, seller may accept this, may accept this. And what happens in C? In C, the price of a buyer is offer is highest price. This is the price I can give maximum. C, stop there. Whether he accept it or not, it's your, they say. So seller is also happy because seller is ready to go up to F, you see, in price. So he may accept it. Whereas E, seller's curve E, you see, it is the buyer may not accept this price. For him, it is higher value. Transaction may take place. Whereas most of the transaction will take place at the point between union, that FC. Most of the transaction. G is the reasonable price for as far as both sellers and buyers, reasonable one. In between F and C, anything can happen, negotiation, all those things. So, but the transaction will take place. This is in short, but we'll see detail. We will see the buyer's curve. Number of buyers at different price levels. Okay, that is the buyer's curve, buyer's y-axis. Now, point A, what is that? Price with minimum number of buyers. Price with minimum number of buyers as far as sellers is concerned. Point A. Point B is price with maximum number of buyers. So, price is in between. That's why I told you transaction may or may not take place in B. See here in the B. Here, this point, transaction may or may not take place. That depends on the situation of the our GDP, all other factors, inflation, depends on demand. See, this is the thing. B is the point where transaction may or may not be take place. Now comes point C, price with maximum number of buyers. This is maximum number of buyers. Here it is written, transaction does not take place because price is considered high. By whom? As far as a buyer is concerned. This is called the price C, the point C, this point. This seems to be very high for a buyer. Now we will go to seller's curve. What is seller's curve? D. Minimum number of sellers. Price is considered high by buyers. This is the D. Point D, you see. This is minimum number of buyers and maximum number of sellers. Okay. Now, okay. E, point D, maximum, that is midpoint of seller's curve. Maximum number of sellers, transaction may or may not take place. Same as midpoint of the buyer's curve. F, maximum minimum number of sellers, price is considered low by sellers. See, seller's point of view and buyer's point of view, both are there. Here it is buyer's point of view, point C. Here it is F is seller's point of view. So hence have to see that union, price range at which most transaction will take place. F to C. You don't want to see the graph now? It is by heart now. FC. If you want to draw now, you can draw itself. FC is the price range at which most transactions take place. G is the ideal price. It is the most reasonable price. Average price, highest price offered by a buyer, lowest price accepted by a seller. It is the highest price offered by the buyer and lowest price accepted by the seller. Then only transaction will take place. G is ideal price. In real estate, price depends on needs of the buyer, paying capacity of the buyer. These are the two factors. Okay, I need a flat. Okay, that is first condition is okay. Paying capacity, but I don't have money. So I cannot purchase it also. So this depends on all the paying capacity. If I can pay, I can pay up to 30 lakhs. Seller will say no, 40 lakhs is that. So transaction may not be taken place. That point. That is the paying capacity of the buyer is also important, and need for the buyer is also important. In real estate, price depends on these two factors. Now we go to how the market surveys are done, data collection, sources of sale transaction. So there are some sources from which we can get the transaction, sales transaction examples. So forget about these figures. The statistical method, surveys, polls, interview, and financial report. These are the main surveys I have just shown. Primary data collection and secondary data collection method. Not important for you. Now, sources of sales instances can be from registrar office. Repeatedly I explained this one. Very difficult to get from registrar's office generally. Then by local inquiry. Local inquiry you can get an idea, but you cannot For banks, they may accept, but IBBA company valuation, they won't accept it. Local inquiry means you have to justify, very difficult to justify, because as per IBBA and as per IBS also, in the international valuation standard, which is followed by all the RVOs. So most of the RVOs. So as per international valuation standard, every price you are certifying should be justified. So local inquiry can be justified in such a way that it should be from a reliable source with address and phone numbers and all. So local inquiry, that is called local inquiry. Then from advertisements, as I said, there are advertisements for flats and all in newspapers. New builders will advertise square feet this much, so that you can take in that locality. If they are going to construct in that or already constructed in that locality, you can take that price. In all newspapers, it will be there. Land. Then another area is land acquisition cases. There is no black money is involved. So from land acquisition case also, you may get in all places it is not available. Rarely it occurs. No, so it need not be considered. I mean, if you want, in such a place, if your subject property is located, then you can take that land acquisition cost, because land acquisition cost is much higher than market value in some cases, because solatium is provided as rehabilitation that you will see in land acquisition cases. It is also coming in detail in some other portion. Then auction sales, bank auction the property, and that will also get advertised in local newspapers. So auction price is generally 30 to 25 to 30% less than market value. So you can calculate market value accordingly. See, if suppose auction price is 50 lakhs, then you have to change to market value. You assume that 30% is the surplus, so 30% I can add. You multiply it by 1.3, so you will get how much you get. 1.3, 50 lakhs by 1.3 is
65 lakhs.
right. Thank you. That's it. So then website. I am depending on website, to be very frank with you. So website, there are real estate markets. Real estate website you open, you will see 99.com, magicbricks.com, or find indiaproperty.com, anything. You can go through it whenever you search for your location. There may be some transactions. So you can take it as a example, and you give negotiation price 5% or 10%, because the advertising value may be suppose 5 lakh per square whatever unit. So you can negotiate. The people will be ready to negotiate. Their price is negotiable. So you can deduct 5% or 10% as negotiation. From which you can get reasonable value. Then you compare with your property, road accessibility, locality, everything. You can write it down. Then you can finally arrive a value. Then values data bank, which is most important, which is not yet we don't have in an all India basis. Pan India basis, we don't have a values data bank. We are requesting again all the valuers to prepare their own localities data bank. And finally, within 1 year, we can have all India basis data bank published. So we are trying for it, but I don't know how far we will success, because some places still responding, not responding. Here, at least we have an organization which shares some kind of information. So we will get values data bank. So try to make a data bank. Every evaluation you carry out, you write down the survey number and location, this much price, finished. Because people who are doing, I know, 10 to 15 assignments per day. So they can, that means 15 assignments by 10 values means almost now 150 survey numbers are covered. So it will be helpful for others when they do that. So try to make a data bank, values data bank. Now, area of the plot. This is also very important. Not only price. Sometimes the area may be wrong in documents, even in a village document or in your sales deed, whatever. So you can check in government records, title deeds, sanction plans. Okay, okay. Engineers are prepared sanction plans. They are also depending on these records. They are not. If a surveyor actually nowadays what we are doing is, if it is a larger plot, a major project, we will do a digital survey, right? Total station survey. That will give you accurate extent of land. So carrying out a digital survey, then you prepare same AutoCAD they will send to you. You can use that particular plot for it is more effective and more useful for you to design a particular building. You will get exact offset, exact everything, millimeter. You know it. Digital survey is in millimeters. So if it is digitally surveyed, you can accept it. Then survey it is required. The value should engage a land surveyor if required. See, in Companies Act there is no instruction. So extent of land is your duty. You won't get an LSR if a legal scrutiny report or a title investigation report. It is called TIR and LSR. Both are same. Is certified by a legal or a lawyer or an advocate. You are safe. You can write as per the legal LSR. I have taken extent of the land, or we use the word extent, EXTENT, extent of land. That is called area. Extent of land as per legal document, legal report. Extent of land is shown as this much acres. So I took that. So you are safe because we are not surveyors basically. Engineers are not supposed to do survey, but in Companies Act you can engage a person. You can inform the client that we have doubt in extent of land if a company valuation is obtained. So you can insolvency professional, you inform him that I have to engage a surveyor to measure the land accurately. So accordingly you can claim the fees also for the surveyor. That is up to you. See, never compromise on fees. But because we are doing a job, you should be paid well. So you can use a surveyor also. Now, sources to check built up area and carpet area. How you are going to, if it is a flat apartment, then how to check built up area and carpet area. First one is purchase document. That is, builder will give an agreement will be there. No purchase document like. So that is there. Then welfare societies are there. That is called societies record. This may or may not be true. True area. That is another thing. Then sanction plan by the authorities. You have to depend something. You have to believe somebody. So sanction plan. I depend on what sanction plan is done by engineers. I depend on it. Really speaking. Then actual way is site survey. In any case, site survey is the best one. So for built up and carpet area also, you can do get the details from purchase documents, society records, sanction plan, and site survey. Now, comparison of sale instances, factors of comparison and weightages or adjustment in value. So we are going to do some other exercises. So some key factors of sales comparison approach is a valuation method used in the real estate industry that compares one property to similar one recently sold area that we are seeing. The SCA, compare SCA short form, I don't know here. Sales comparison approach is used. SCA means sales comparison approach is used as backbone for the comparative market analysis, which consider prices of recently sold properties that are similar within the same geographical area, similar and same geographical area and similar time frame also. Some of the common characteristics that make up sales comparison approach include location, recently sold listing, features, age, condition, average price per square foot. These are all known to us. Only thing is getting comparable sale is the difficult part. Other part is all easy. That market survey is very much investigation and market survey. Very much important for a valuer. Like a CBA officer, you have to do it. It's part of CBA officer. Discreetly also you can inquire. Openly also you can inquire. What our aim is to get a reasonable price for the land or the property. So sometimes you have to do discreetly also. So sales comparison, but thorough investigation must be done to determine the different attributes of similar properties. So you have to do the investigation. What are the other plus or minus points in other comparable properties? Then only you can give the weightages. So that investigation. Second one is thorough study of the case must be done and carefully consider valuation should be done. Very careful. It should be sales comparison. You have to do very carefully. That kind of study you have to make. Evidence should be provided to strengthen the claims stated in the valuation report. Not only this is now it is an old concept. Evidence should be provided. All the evidence for the certification, but it is not for the claim stated the valuation. Strengthen it is a mandatory thing now. You have to justify the value from where you are got it. In case of any dispute, otherwise it will go. In case of any doubt arises or committee of creditors or board of directors of a company, they feel that it's strongly compared, all those things, then it will go to NCLT court. The company value, what you call, as per company rule, if you are doing an insolvency process, if any dispute comes, it goes to National Law Tribunal. That is called the NCLT. Whereas in bank, where it goes, it's a MCQ, debt tribunal of locally we have debt tribunals authority, debt tribunal authority. Whereas in Companies Act, it will go to NCLT, National Law Company, National Company for Law. Yes, NCLT. You finish. I don't remember the full form. Okay. National Law Tribunal Authority. Okay. Sorry. I should not forget these things. National Law for Tribunal Authority. Then the third point is okay, finished. That is also over. Now, some tips for you while doing this comparison. Similarity of the property may be deceptive. Deceptive means it may lead to wrong conclusion. Deceptive means actually the meaning is it is misunderstanding. You can take it like that. Similarity of the property. If you compare, sometimes it is misunderstood by ourselves. Some hidden factors may be there. So valuer must thoroughly investigate to find difference of attributes between even similar looking properties. Even though it is similar looking, you have to make thorough inquiry. The second one is valuer should not immediately jump into conclusion. Don't jump into conclusion, take your own time. Case must be thoroughly studied by asking for time. If you need more time, if they allow you only 3 days, you should say this is complicated, this area is like that, so and so. So please give me 2 more days or 3 more days to study. So they will generally extend your time for report that you can ask for to the client. Then only consider opinion about valuation should be given. A considered opinion of to arrive a considered opinion, you need time. Third one is end users of report should ask for reasons for giving valuation, and valuer should support and prove his valuation by giving, demonstrating or supporting evidence. As we seen earlier, all the supporting documents and evidences should be with you. You can attach it with the report. Now we'll come to that, as I said, hedonic model and adjustment grid model under sales comparison. So hedonic model is nowadays even obsolete, but we should know, we should start this study from hedonic model only. Then only we'll come to adjustment grid and everything depends on this one. So what is hedonic price model? It is a function of P. P means price of the property is a function of STLA. Remember that function of STLA. What is S? What is L? Everything is written there. Price of the property P, S is size, T is time factor, L is location, A is age. This is the old concept of hedonic pricing model, older concept. So only four considered attributes are considered. What are they? Size or covered area of the premises, time factor, then location of the property, age or physical. But in a way, time factor we have to consider in the grid model also. It is my this thing, because if somebody no time factor, what is time factor? If it is you are doing valuation to 2021, you have got a sale comparison of 2015. So in that case, you have to check the time factor. You can add the time factor. How? We know what is inflation. Per year inflation you can take. Then convert that inflation into 2021. So you will get the same value. Only you have to consider the 2015 and the 6 years inflation of money. Generally maybe 2% or 3%. You add 6%, I mean total 6 years is passed by. So 2 into 16, 6, 12% you can add. That is called time factor. Olden days this was the still you can use it, this time factor. Okay, because why I am telling is you won't get a comparison in the same year, very same asset, same kind of property, very difficult. So older properties we have to look into. Then you apply for inflation. Then it will, you have to justify why I took, because there is no other way to get the value. Older 2015 rate is the property sold in this price, or they offered this price, and I converted the same price to the